Getting quiet, even getting quiet a minute early. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Thursday, June 5th, Board of Forestry public meeting, the second day of our two-day event. For the record, I'm Jim Kelly, Chair of the State Board of Forestry. This meeting will be live streamed on YouTube. To make sure our viewers online can follow along, I'll provide some best practices and housekeeping tips. Everyone participating in the virtual and physical meeting room, please silence your cell phones and try to limit background noises. For online participants, remember to mute yourself when not speaking and disable your video when not presenting or providing public comment. We ask everyone participating today to state their names before speaking so that those listening can track commentary for the meeting recording. If you experience technical issues in the online meeting room, use the chat function on Zoom to connect with ODF hosts during this event. Continuing from yesterday, we do not, at this point, since we covered one of the items that was originally on today's agenda, we will not have any decision items. And as a reminder of our general order of operations, after an item is introduced, I'll invite the presenters to begin. Board members, if you have any clarifying questions, please raise your hand and I'll call on you. Presenters, we will do our best to ask questions one at a time. After the presentation, we will shift to a discussion space where the board can ask further questions, or at this point, I don't think we're going to be presenting any motions. For the testimony, we'll be accepting public comment only during the public forum agenda item, which allows members of the public to share their perspectives with the board about items not on the agenda or regarding informational items with the meeting agenda. For general testimony under the public forum, your comment time is limited to 3 minutes. While we understand this is not a lot of time, we also offer the opportunity to share more information with the board, and we recommend sending written testimony for the June 4th, 5th meeting. To enter it into the record, please send in your comments by June 20th. Any questions? I'll perform a roll call. In that case, Liz Ogpawa.
Chair Kelly, I'm present.
Keith Curtis.
Present.
Van Doimling.
Present.
Justice.
Present.
Alexi Lavecchio.
Present.
Brenda McComb.
Here.
And obviously I'm here as well. Great. And I just checked in with our state forester, Kate Skinner, who does not have any opening comments. And I don't have a whole lot to say other than to announce that I think we've got a new member of the Board of Forestry coming soon. Alexi is pregnant with a baby girl due in October. So this is exciting news that some of us heard last night, and I got thinking during the night that, you know, they have those little signs on the back window that say "baby on board." This gives a new, new meaning to "baby on board," and I'm also thinking that now I think we have equal representation between male and female on the board too, as well, right? Yeah. Anyhow, congratulations. We're all excited and looking forward to watching it all happen. Okay, that's really all I had. Does any other board members have opening comments this morning? Not hearing any. Okay, next on our agenda is the time allotted for the public forum. And I understand we have 3 people, is that correct? Elaine? Oh, we have 5, okay. Okay, for those participating, we ask that everyone in the queue, whether online or in person, not to exceed their allotted time of 3 minutes. As a reminder, this forum is reserved for remarks on information and items and topics off the agenda. Before you begin, please state your full name, the topic or agenda item, number you are commenting on, and associated affiliation, if you're representing a group or organization. A timer will be provided to track your time, and each commenter will be called on by the board administrator. With limited time available, anyone who exceeds their time will be prompted to provide a closing statement and muted. With that, Eleni, are we ready to engage with the public?
Yes, we are. Thank you, Chair Kelly. As you mentioned, we have 5 people in the queue today. I will call on them one at a time. We have 4 people in the room. Please be seated at this table. First is Stacy Detweiler, Seth Barnes, Courtney Griesel, and Zach Haas. If you'd like to be seated here. All right, and we will go ahead and begin with Stacy Detweiler.
Chair Kelly, members of the board, Acting State Forester Skinner, thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment today. For the record, my name is Stacy Detweiler. I'm the Oregon Policy Director at the Wild Salmon Center, a nonprofit organization dedicated to protecting and conserving wild salmon and steelhead rivers, and one of the conservation groups engaged as a private forest accord author throughout the process since 2020. I also serve as the co-chair of the Adaptive Program Management Committee. And want to note that I'm not speaking on behalf of the committee. These are comments on behalf of myself and the Wild Salmon Center. We're about halfway through from the time when the Private Forest Accord authorizing legislation SB 1501 was signed into law 3 years ago, and the deadline less than 3 years away for the state to secure a federally approved habitat conservation plan by December 31st, 2027. And I wanted to provide briefly some perspective to some of the board questions yesterday related to funding for core PFA programs that are currently under discussion in the legislature. The full need for those programs is $36 million, which includes $20 million to ODF&W for the Private Forest Accord Grant Program, which represents a commitment in the authorizing statute, under which the state contributes $10 million annually and the timber industry contributes $2.5 million annually, which increases to $5 million after federal approval of the HCP. $10 million to the SFISH Small Forest Land Grant Owner Program, and $6 million for the Adaptive Management Program, which is the mechanism through which the state and the services determine the effectiveness of the new rules for meeting biological objectives for the covered species. The recently released legislative fiscal office proposals are for a total of $22.2 million, as best we understand. I believe the work session is happening today, which includes both new funding and funding awarded but not actually expended from the previous biennium. So that's $10 million continuously appropriated to the PFA Mitigation Grant Program at ODF&W, $2 million of new funding for the SFISH program, and then an additional 5.7 of previously awarded but not expended funds. And then $3.1 million of new funding for the Adaptive Management Program, plus an additional $1.4 million of unexpended funds to IRST, for a total of $4.5 million to the Adaptive Management Program. These are not new programs. These are not new commitments. In fact, they were established to be long-term programs to support the approval and implementation of the Private Forest Accord HCP. I think I'm close to my time here, so I'll just wrap up and say that this is just a very challenging budget environment. We know the governor's office, legislature has done a lot of work to support these programs. These numbers are not final. However, underfunding these programs risks successfully securing an approved HCP. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Stacy. Next is Seth Barnes.
Chair Kelly, State Forester. Kate Skinner, thank you, sorry. Kate Skinner, wonderful, interim state forester. And members of the board, thanks for the opportunity. I don't have any prepared comments. I just wanted to underscore what you just heard from Stacy Detweiler, and clarify anything that might be unclear for you. The reality is we were funded less than what we had hoped for, certainly less than what the PFA authors had intended, and less than the legislation speaks to. And there will, there's ramifications for that. And so how much less is the question? And I just want to make sure this is solid in your minds. We were supposed to receive 20 million for the mitigation program, and we received 10. So that's a reduction of 50%. We were supposed to receive 10 for the SFISH program. This is for the small forest landowners to fix fish pipes and sediment delivery, any issues like that on small private landowner properties. We were supposed to receive 10 and we were receiving 2. The 5.7 that's also included there was already appropriated 2 years ago and has already been spent. We're just not in the hydrologic window yet. You can't do projects until July 15th. And so that money is spent. It's waiting to go out the door as soon as those projects start moving dirt. And so that money, you can't count that again, even though they kind of are. So it's 2 million. So that's 20% of what we were expecting to receive in that SFISH program, which is a dramatic reduction. So what does that mean for the conversations, ongoing? Well, we're going to make the best and we're going to forge forward. But anything this board can do to communicate the importance of this funding for the private forest accord and keeping, our hopes alive, it would be appreciated. We think there's still a pathway, but certainly the legislature needs to. And I also want to not throw too much blame on the legislature. I do know that there's folks that have worked hard to claw into that current proposal what they have gotten in there, because many of those programs were some of those programs were going to be allocated zero as per previous proposals. And so that's the situation where we are, and I appreciate the conversation that was happening yesterday, and hopefully maybe today as you wrap up, there will be more conversation around what the board might be able to do to weigh in there. And certainly the Working Forest Coalition supports full funding to achieve the goals of the PFA. There's the music. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Kelly and members of the board and State Forester Skinner. My name is Courtney Griesel. I represent Sierra Pacific Industries. I'm here today to talk about really the system of things as it relates to the modeling scenarios, but part of that system is also underscoring what others are saying up here at the table as it relates to funding and resources throughout implementation. So Sierra Pacific, we're a 4th-generation family-owned company that operates on the West Coast. Here in Oregon, we're a leader in wood products manufacturing and sustainable forest land management. And while we are at times a purchaser of publicly owned timber, we are always neighbors to your lands and public lands, and equally dependent on and invested in the infrastructure and the vibrancy of these programs and the communities and also that land management. We appreciate the continued work of the dedicated ODF staff, especially as we're reading through these modeling scenarios under the proposed forest management plan. The results affirm to us what many of us have come to know, which is that supporting rural economies and sustaining working forests, stewarding a healthy environment are not competing goals. They're incredibly interdependent for today and also how we will be able to function many, many years into the future. While full economic analysis specific to rural economics isn't complete, in that analysis, the modeling is reinforcing those perspectives. And our belief that this is really a multi-leg stool and all of these legs have to be strong together. You undermine one and none of the system functions, and we don't have a landscape to function on. We encourage the board to make decisions rooted in data, practical experience, and Oregon's strong need for balanced forest stewardship. With some of the most comprehensive forest protections in the country and the board-approved habitat conservation plan, we think that Oregon's well-positioned to lead by example through durable science-based solutions that meet the needs of people, landscape, places, communities together. So we encourage the board to consider your role within the broader system. State forest lands may only be a small fraction, 3% of the Oregon total forest base, but they sit inside that diverse and sometimes imbalanced landscape, that neighbor environment where we are all on a single landscape together. And so private and tribal lands are managed to just over a third of the acreage, supplying more than 70% of Oregon's timber. The imbalance matters, which is why we have to think about them together, not just in volume, but in management activities and fuel reduction and these modeling scenarios. So it's why the management decisions on state forests have an outsized impact on the viability of infrastructure, workforce, and the mill towns already operating under strain. Not abstract concepts, they're real people, real paychecks. It's about systems thinking, ensuring that parts of Oregon's forest landscapes that still function for both conservation and production continue to do so, care and purpose. We support your work, we support this scenario, and thank you for the opportunity this morning, and thank you for serving to do this work. So looking forward to working together.
Good morning, Chair Kelly and State Forester Skinner and the board. My name is Zach Hawes. I'm a timber manager for Interfor in Molalla, Oregon. Interfor is a growth-oriented forest products company. We're the fourth largest producer of softwood lumber in North America. And our production output comes from 28 operations across the U.S. and Canada. Two of our three Pacific Northwest sawmills operate near Northwest Oregon forests managed by the department. Our Longview, Washington, and Molalla, Oregon operations collectively employ about 240 workers. We depend on timber sale purchases from state lands in several Northwest Oregon districts to provide the raw materials necessary to operate our sawmills. In early 2024, Interfor unfortunately had to close our Philomath, Oregon operation, in part due to a lack of economically viable wood fiber. Constraints on harvest levels in various government agencies have led to a sharp decline in fiber supply in the marketplace. The board has made the decision to restrict harvest on over half the department's land base. That will be managed as habitat conservation areas, which has further constricted available fiber to wood products manufacturers. The board is now tasked with adopting a forest management plan to accompany the HCP. After reviewing the various model outcomes, it's clear that the desired conservation outcomes will be achieved at even the most aggressive harvest levels remaining on the remaining available harvest land base. Interfor would like to ask the board to strongly consider a harvest scenario that produces at the higher end of the modeled outputs and produces a relatively even flow of volume offered for sale. Our operations, as well as our competitors, rely on these sales to deliver volume year-round. Please do not add any additional and unnecessary reductions to what acres you have left and available to manage. Interfor asks the board to deliver a forest management plan that restores balance to the management paradigm of state forests by balancing economic and social goals with what has been a heavy emphasis on conservation outcomes. The board has the power to achieve its desired conservation outcomes while ensuring our industry is well poised for the future by forming a forest management plan that produces the most volume over the planning horizon. Interfor and the rest of the Oregon are counting on the board to ensure that our businesses, livelihoods, and forests are managed for the long term. We support an FMP where harvest outputs are within the ranges of the high end of the modeled outcomes that you will discuss later today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you all for your testimony. Please feel free to be seated. We'll go ahead and switch to the individual joining us virtually on Zoom to provide his testimony. Michael Lang.
Good morning, Chair Kelly, members of the board, and Interim Forester Skinner. My name is Michael Lang. I'm Senior Policy Manager for Wild Salmon Center. The State Forest Coalition has provided comments on the draft annual operations plans to the ODF, and we also provided informational copies to the board as well. And I'd just like to share several observations on the AOPs and summarize our comments. First of all, the coalition recognizes the improvements in the information that was shared with the public by the ODF to enable us to review the AOPs. However, we are aware of ongoing concerns with the lack of transparency and accountability in the Astoria district. This is recently highlighted in news reports. We just hope that appropriate steps are taken to address these concerns. We have several concerns with the AOPs that I'd like to share. The coalition is concerned by the lack of suitable habitat within habitat conservation areas, and also proposed clear cuts within these HCAs. In the North Coast districts, HCAs are predominantly younger forest stands with very little or no habitat value. We hit this in our comments, and this AOP, over 1,000 acres of harvest are proposed within HCAs. In the Tillamook district, 421 acres of clear cuts are proposed within HCAs. Timber sales and road building in HCAs, we feel, are premature and should be postponed until final approval of the HCP. Ongoing clear cutting and conversion of complex layered stands are also inconsistent with board-approved policies. These policies require a minimum of 30% of state forests to be in complex layered conditions. It's especially true in the Astoria district, where old forest structure and trees up to 150 years old and layered stands are proposed to be clear cut and converted to non-complex forest structure. So we recommend these timber sales units within old forest structure and layered stands be withdrawn. Our comments also address a lack of protection of aquatic anchors. Aquatic anchors on state forest are intended to protect ESA-listed salmon. However, extensive clear cutting within aquatic anchors, including on steep slopes, is likely resulting in direct and cumulative adverse effects. We request an analysis of cumulative effects of logging on aquatic anchors and a transition to more selective logging applications within key aquatic anchors. And finally, the draft AOPs fail to implement the board-adopted climate change and carbon plan. Our comments include several recommendations on how the department may implement the climate plan in these AOPs. So in conclusion, the draft AOPs have inconsistencies with the best available science, with board-approved policies, and should be revised. And thank you for the opportunity to provide comments today.
Thank you very much. And board members, Chair Kelly, Interim State Forester Skinner, that concludes our public testimony for the day.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Just checking in, my understanding before is that not everyone would be available to start our discussion on the state forest model outcomes till 10 o'clock. Is that, are we ready to go right to that, or should we take a break? Okay. Everybody's here. Then I suggest we get started, and if we need a break before noon, we'll do that. So, all right.
I'll send you out. You know, like you heard. Okay. Okay.
Okay, welcome, representatives of the Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee. You all look bright and cheery. And Mike, Wilson, we'll turn this over to you.
Thank you, Chair Kelly. So good morning, Chair Kelly, State Forester Skinner, and members of the board. My name is Michael Wilson, and I serve as the State Forest Division Chief here for ODF. I'm joined at the table here by my Deputy Division Chief, Nick Palizzado, Deb Noodleman, our facilitator for the day, and Todd Heron, our Information Unit Manager. Also joining us here today, as you just recognized, the members of the Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee. And I think if it's okay, I'd just like to allow them to introduce themselves.
I put Push that button.
It needs to be green to be on. Okay. Margaret Magruder, Columbia County Commissioner, Vice Chair of the Council of Forest Trust Lands.
Jerry Willie, Washington County Commissioner on Forest Trust Lands.
Paul Fournier, Tillamook County Commissioner, voting member of the Trust Lands.
Will Tucker, Lynn County Commissioner, representing Lynn, Benton, Lincoln, Polk, and Marion counties.
Courtney Bangs, Clatsop County Commissioner, representing Clatsop County.
Mike Buffo, I'm a technical consultant for FTLAC, and I'm with Mason Bruce and Jarrett.
Good morning, Board. Brandon Persinger, Executive Director for the Forest Trust Land Counties. Chair Scar from Tillamook County is unavailable today, and we do have a commissioner online.
Good morning, Commissioner Lovell, Lane County, representing District 5 for the Trust Land Committee. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. I'd really like to thank everybody for taking the time to be here today. It is a big chunk of time. Really appreciate that. Everybody's going to engage in a really important discussion today. We've had several engagements over the course of developing the FMP, and I think it's really benefited the process overall. So we're here today specifically to present the outcomes from modeling of management scenarios for the draft West Oregon State Forest Management Plan, followed by a facilitated discussion between members of the board and FTLAC. And we need to have thank you. Okay, we can jump to the next slide. So, the purpose here today is to make sure that we have a common understanding of all the modeling processes and outcomes from those, and to discuss those outcomes amongst yourselves, talk about the trade-offs that are there, and quite frankly, also to continue to grow the relationship between FTLAC and the board. Next slide. So I'll start with a little background on how we got to today's work. In order to implement the Western Oregon State Forest Habitat Conservation Plan, it's necessary to develop a new forest management plan for the forests that we manage in Western Oregon. We have developed the draft FMP in a stepwise process, beginning with goals and strategies that were presented here in November of 2021 and March of 2022, respectively. The draft FMP with the draft adaptive management plan and draft performance measures were presented in September of 2023. And then in December 2023, staff conducted modeling to estimate outcomes from differing management scenarios on the general stewardship landscape within the constraints of the HCP requirements. So outside of HCAs, that management, there are different scenarios. But those scenarios were a little bit constrained, quite a bit constrained, quite frankly, by a strict requirement for an even flow of timber, which is something that we have typically done historically. So it resulted in outcomes that were very similar, and it was apparent that we needed more work to fully explore those potential management options. So the board and FTLAC worked together to recommend a number of different scenarios and variations within those scenarios to better explore the range of what's truly possible. And then in November of 2024, the board approved some scenarios for us to go forward and model. So we're here today to present the results of those modeling so that the board and FTLAC can discuss the trade-offs among those scenario outcomes. Today's engagement doesn't really reflect a decision point, as you know, or selects, we're not trying to get a preference for a specific scenario to select for implementation. Rather, it just gives insight into the decision space within which the performance measure targets can be set by the board later this year, and that'll be in September. Those performance measure targets will serve to guide staff in the development of the implementation plans for the new FMP. So before I turn it over to Todd, I'd like to address a couple of questions around feasibility or implementation of different scenarios. So several of you in the room here have asked if any of them are infeasible or perhaps more feasible or preferable. In short, all the scenarios presented here are feasible, okay, but they would have differing impacts in how we would have to implement them. So for instance, scenarios with radical changes in harvest flow over time are going to require us to somehow adjust workforce or add some kind of contracted capacity or so forth at certain times. So I'm really sensitive to biasing the discussion later in the agenda. So rather than providing an assessment on the fly of the scenarios and sort of inadvertently reinforcing the status quo by layering on our assumptions of feasibility, I would suggest that it be discussed as part of the trade-offs and that we're happy to answer questions to support that discussion. So during the presentation, it would be best if we stuck to the specific clarifying questions about the slides themselves. We've had some engagement with all of you in one way or another to talk about the modeling outcomes already. And so if we can maybe kind of stick to those types of clarifying questions during the presentation and save the bigger questions for later during the discussion. Great. So I will now turn it over to Todd to actually present the model results.
Thank you, Mike. Good morning, Chair Kelly, State Forester Skinner, members of the board. My name is Todd Heron, and as Mike said, I'm the Information Unit Manager for State Forests. I'm here today to share with you the results from our recent work to model a range of management scenarios collectively designed to explore trade-offs associated with the varied objectives for managing general stewardship areas while meeting the conservation objectives of the draft Western Oregon Habitat Conservation Plan. This new set of models, as Mike described, are intended to demonstrate more variety in outcomes by removing or adjusting constraints on periodic harvest variation, as well as setting specific goals in the model that would lead to more prescriptive outcomes over time. Again, as Mike noted, last November, staff met with this board and members of the FTLIC to discuss the range of outcomes to explore. Together, we arrived at 4 high-level scenarios, each with 2 or 3 variations which altered the primary goals of the model. No material changes were made to these proposals as they were implemented in the model. While there are certainly some design choices that could have been different, and as with all models, there are limitations and uncertainties in the results, we feel this current set of model runs provides the information necessary for an informed discussion about trade-offs. So back in November, we weren't sure if we were going to be able to accomplish all 10 of these runs, but ultimately we were able to complete them all. It did take us a little bit longer than anticipated. However, this wasn't due to doing the extra runs necessarily. It was primarily because of some technical challenges that we ran into with the modeling software. I'm now going to briefly describe the model scenarios as they were implemented in the model. And again, as throughout this presentation, if you have any questions or need clarifications, please ask and I'll attempt to answer them as time allows. Again, there will be time at the end of the presentation for further discussion before we transition into the discussion portion of the agenda. So moving on, since the purpose of this modeling project was to evaluate trade-offs related to managing the general stewardship areas, each scenario implemented the same fixed set of management for management within the habitat conservation areas. The model was first run with goals specifically designed to accomplish the restoration harvests and healthy conifer thinning targets allowed for within the HCP. These HCA results were then hardwired into the 4 trade-off scenarios. It's important to note that all the scenarios were implemented to achieve the draft HCP commitments. For the purposes of this modeling, all the HCP commitments were assumed to persist beyond the HCP permit term. This was initially mischaracterized, unfortunately, in the model report, but we have since corrected that, and hopefully you've all seen that correction. Okay, so scenario 1 calls for specific harvest volume objectives over the first 30 years of the management timeframe, after which the model was allowed to then reset and manage for non-declining even flow of harvest volume. 3 30-year harvest levels were prescribed for Board of Forestry lands. These were 185, 195, and 205 million board feet per year. Common school land was, the goal for common school land was to maximize harvest volume over time on those lands. Scenario 2 explored managing for longer rotations, specifically 120 years and 150 years. Here, the model goal was to implement, the model goals were implemented to balance age classes on manageable portions of the general stewardship areas by the end of the 70-year HCP permit term. There was no harvest level specific goal. Harvest was merely an outcome of the of managing for the age class targets. Scenario 3 looked at maximizing total harvest over time, first without limiting periodic harvest volume fluctuations, and then second with a 10% limit on periodic harvest variation. Lastly, Scenario 4 sought to demonstrate management that would maximize for net present value at a discount rate of 4%. The first run had no limits on the periodic harvest variations, and the subsequent 2 runs imposed a 10 and 30% limit on periodic harvest variation. Moving on, next slide. Okay, so while the current work builds on the 2023 modeling, there are some key differences that we need to highlight. The input data is consistent with the 2023 modeling. This includes the spatial data representing the land base, for instance, streams, logging method, riparian areas, and riparian areas. Oh, and also the habitat conservation areas. It also includes the starting forest inventory data, which comes from our stand level inventory system. This data included depletions for harvest and fires through 2020. All stands were then projected through 2025 as a common starting year. Additionally, the growth and yield projections remain the same, as well as and included the growth model calibration work that was performed in 2023. However, we did increase the age ranges for thinnings in HCAs. All costs and log prices are also remain unchanged. Here, log prices represent a 10-year average adjusted for inflation through 2020. Again, in the 2023 modeling, HCA management was allowed to vary among the model runs. This led to some difficulties in comparing the outcomes. And as was denoted, the HCA management is the same for all scenarios in this work. Most scenarios allowed for a periodic harvest level to change over time, whereas the 2023 modeling imposed fairly strict even flow constraints. End of horizon or ending inventory rules are an important consideration when operating a forest planning model. In the 2023 modeling, an ending inventory goal was imposed that required operable inventory to remain stable for the last 50 years. This was difficult to interpret in many cases and did not necessarily reflect the management implied by the model run. So for the current modeling, we changed this up a little bit. Scenarios 1 and 3 have a specific ending inventory and final harvest objective that's consistent with a long-term sustained yield calculation. For scenario 2, the age class goals adequately controlled for ending inventory, so there wasn't a specific goal there. And finally, consistent with the November discussion here, Scenario 4 was not constrained by an ending inventory target. All model runs were run at a georegion scale. This combined Astoria, Forest Grove, and Tillamook into a single model set, and then all other districts into a second model set. By contrast, the 2023 modeling included scenarios that were run at the district scale. This had implications for outcomes when harvest flow was constraining at the scale of the model. So operating the model at the larger spatial extent allows for coordination of goals and outcomes that are more properly tracked at the spatial scales beyond a single district. Historically, though, our implementation and related modeling has been at the district scale. Finally, more detailed financial accounting has been implemented, and this enabled more complete estimates of the discounted costs and revenues for the net present value calculations. It also allowed for a more accurate estimates of potential county transfers, transfers to Common School Fund, as well as revenue for the Forest Development Fund. Next slide. All right, so I'll now walk through some of the outcomes from the modeling. You can find a more detailed charts and discussion in the full model report. Here, I'll just briefly cover some of the high-level scenarios to serve as a starting point for the discussion. So at a high level, these outcomes demonstrate the harvest levels, timing and intensity associated with the scenario objectives. And I'll also touch on habitat outcomes, as well as forest age class distributions over time and carbon storage. So the first series of charts reports the estimate of annual harvest volumes over time. All charts begin in year 2025, beginning year for the model. And in each chart, the end of the HCP term roughly falls at the midpoint of the horizontal or x-axis. The horizontal gray line in these charts represents a harvest level of 185 million board feet per year, which was approximately the harvest level from the district even flow scenario that was reported in the 2023 modeling. A couple interesting features of these outcomes worth noting. Scenario 1 and 3, while they have the same ending inventory goals, the flow constraints in scenario 1 limit its ability to fully capture the growth and volume as it needs to hold a high level of inventory to maintain the non-declining flow constraints. Scenario 2 has a relatively high level of harvest initially as the model seeks to harvest stands that would be in excess of the target age classes after the 70-year timeframe. So one limitation of this modeling that's likely to impact scenario 2, perhaps more than the others, is that the silviculture projections were limited to a single entry. And then further for future regenerated stands, this was additionally limited to thinning stands before they reached age 55. This was a limitation of the current model implementation that we simply just didn't have time to adjust for this work. So I did want to mention that for scenario 2, run A, we were able to go back and look at modifying the goals after the report to look at implementing more thinning in that run. We did this by setting a periodic harvest variation limit, which had the effect of reducing the initial harvest level down to about 213 million board feet from what's currently 336 million board feet per year in the reported run. It also increased the average harvest by about 7 million board feet throughout the model timeframe due to the increased thinning. This had a minimal impact on the outcomes for the age class distributions. However, one thing we still are not certain about is the overall effect of older stand thinning, which is not represented in this model very well. Finally, in all scenarios, the model fully accounts for all growth as either harvest volume or retained inventory. And with few exceptions, all eligible stands are harvested at least once across the general stewardship areas. Next slide. So I've mentioned inventory a couple times. Here, the operable inventory on the general stewardship areas is tracked over time. Operable inventory accounts for trees of a merchantable size that could potentially be harvested. Riparian conservation areas and other inoperable areas are not included in these totals. Again, scenario 1 and 3 have the same inventory goals. However, scenario 1 carries a slightly higher level of operable inventory over time as a result of the flow constraints. Scenario 2, inventory increases over time, consistent with the longer rotations. And then lastly, scenario 4 rapidly reduces the inventory as the model seeks to put all stands on a pathway that maximizes financial returns consistent with that 4% discount rate. Next slide. Okay, so this series of charts simply focuses in on the 70-year time frame. The first 70 years for scenarios 1 and 3, in order to highlight the differences in outcomes that could occur over time. These scenarios result in similar average harvest over the full model. However, the harvest is distributed quite differently. Consequently, the operable inventory carried through time is also quite different, as indicated by the lower charts. Note that the y-axis, the vertical axis, is exaggerated in these charts compared to the full range of harvest, simply to highlight some of those differences. Again, the upper charts include the 185 million board feet level for comparison with the 2023 outcomes. Next slide. So cumulative harvest over time helps to highlight some of the differences among the scenarios. Scenario 2 accumulates considerable less harvest, but recall it retains a high level of inventory over time. Contrary to its title, scenario 3 does not maximize harvest volume over the duration of the model timeframe relative to the other scenarios. This is primarily due to the ending inventory goal that was imposed on that scenario. Versus scenario 4, which is managing for much younger stands, and where older stands are harvested as early as possible. Next slide. Okay, moving on to average harvest age. For all scenarios, there's a range of harvest in any given time period. This range for the first couple time periods includes stands as young as 40 years of age, up through 150 years old. We're simply reporting the average here for the sake of simplicity. Scenario 1, similar to the inventory levels, harvest stands slightly older than we would think of the typical culmination age. Again, as a result of the flow constraints. Scenario 2, harvest age rapidly increases as the target age class distributions are achieved towards the end of the 70-year timeframe. Scenario 3, harvest very close to the typical culmination age of that 80-year timeframe. And then finally, scenario 4 harvests younger stands since financial maturity occurs much sooner than what's called biological maturity. In fact, scenario 4 would have harvested at a much younger age if it was not subject to the HCP conservation commitments, which we'll highlight a little bit more in a future slide. Okay, so net revenue, which is effectively the net stumpage from timber sales, generally tracks with harvest volume. However, since costs and price vary by site, forest conditions, log species and grade, there is some difference. Additionally, road costs and reforestation vary depending on the distribution of harvest among the scenarios. Scenario 4 is the only scenario that included a revenue specific goal. For all the other scenarios, revenue was an outcome of harvest rather than a prescribed goal. And in all of the scenarios, potential market effects such as supply and demand, operator availability, and mill capacity were not included in this model. So while even though net present value was not a specific goal in most of the scenarios, we can use it for comparison. So here, net present value accounts for the estimated county distributions as well as transfers to the Division of State Lands minus the reforestation costs associated with those lands. Again, the annual discount rate applied is 4%. So this formulation is slightly different from what was included in the scenario 4 goal formulation, which added reforestation costs to the discounting formula for the Board of Forestry lands. And again, all costs and prices reflect 2022 dollars. However, for this work, the discounting was done to 2025. All right, so moving on to habitat outcomes. This chart shows how habitat quality changes over time, estimated using the Habitat Suitability Index for northern spotted owls from the HCP. Habitat Suitability Index estimates for marbled murrelet and red tree voles were very similar to this chart. So note that this is an estimate of habitat quality, not quantity, where all scenarios achieve the habitat objectives described in the HCP. Of note, by design, the HCAs start at a higher average quality and further increase in quality over time following the black line. Habitat in the general stewardship areas does include the riparian conservation areas as well as the inoperable ground. Next slide. So another requirement in the HCP is that at least 40% of the general stewardship area be maintained in a condition that allows for northern spotted owl dispersal across the landscape. Northern spotted owl dispersal is defined here as stands where trees have an average diameter of at least 11 inches and that have at least 40% canopy cover. All scenarios, with the exception of number 4, maintain a high level of dispersal habitat. And as was mentioned earlier, scenario 4 is constrained by the dispersal requirement, and as such would require close monitoring to avoid violation of that rule over time. The next series of slides show how forest age class structures would progress over time. In these charts, the light blue upper portion of the bars represent the portion of the land, the general stewardship land base that is not harvestable. Generally, this includes riparian conservation areas, operationally limited areas, high landslide hazard locations, and other administratively removed sites. This first chart shows the starting condition for the general stewardship areas, which of course is common for all the scenarios. The second set of age class charts are all from the A run, the first run of each scenario at the end of the 70-year HCP permit term. There are a couple features worth noting on these charts. First, due to the flow constraints set up in scenario 1, it retains stands in the 120 and 140 year age class range. Scenario 2 is very close to meeting the goal of managing for the target rotation age of 120 years. And finally, scenario 4 is a much younger forest, as indicated by the skew towards younger age classes. This third chart represents the age class distributions at the end of the model horizon, so at the end of 150 years. Here, scenario 1 has a slightly higher proportion of stands in the 180 plus category. Again, these acres are comprised of stands that the model simply wasn't able to harvest before they became 175 years old. Scenario 2 has met and thus persisted the management goals for the 120-year age target rotation ages. There's an uptick in younger age classes for scenarios 1 and 3. That's largely the result of the ending inventory constraint, where the model had a surplus of volume and attempted to meet that ending inventory goal by harvesting those stands in the remaining few periods, in the final few periods. Similarly, scenario 4 has another spike in young age classes as the model attempts to harvest the remaining merchantable stands in the final few time periods, constrained only by the green up rules and the spotted owl dispersal commitments. So finally, within the habitat conservation areas, these charts simply show the same three time periods for the HCAs, where the stands simply progress toward the older age classes. With the exception of stands subject to restoration treatments, in the first 30 years, all acres within the HCAs are 180 years or greater by the end of the model timeframe. So another key outcome of interest is the effect that management has on carbon storage. These charts show the trend of total stand carbon. This is an estimate of all pools above and below ground within the forest. Harvested wood products are not presented in this chart. Since HCA management is the same for all scenarios, it's shown separately here on the right panel to highlight the effects of the various scenarios. On balance, all scenarios accumulate carbon over time, thanks in large part to the HCAs. So for scenario, for comparison, just to draw you in on a couple features here, scenario 1 results in about 5 million more tons of above ground carbon, whereas this chart showing total carbon, but there's about 5 million more tons of carbon above ground compared to scenario 2A. And then likewise, scenario 2B, which is the long rotation scenario, results in roughly 16 million more tons of carbon above ground compared to the run 4A, the max net present value run. Okay, and so this slide shows the trend for carbon, for all stored carbon. This includes both forest carbon as well as carbon retained in the harvested wood products over time. And then finally, just a couple comments regarding social outcomes. During our internal review, it was noted that the model results all scenarios had a similar impact on the recreation infrastructure over time. In that, eventually all stands were harvested at least once. And then, as was noted, we're currently working with contractors to complete a socioeconomic report and expect this to be ready in July. So with that, if we have time, I'd welcome any comments, questions and comments before I hand it back to Mike.
Ben Doimling for the record. Well, first of all, thank you for this phenomenal work that you've done. I just wanted to highlight a point you made about the scenario 2 and the 50-year thinning, the one single entry thinning. If I heard you correctly, you said it when you reran it after the model was done, it reduced the initial harvest, but it added 70 million to the harvest. Was that 70 million annually?
Sorry, it was on average 7 million. So just
7. Okay, thank you. That's
not 70 million.
Okay.
So considerable, but not quite that considerable.
And so that was 7 million annually on average.
On average, yep. So it effectively lowered the front harvest a little bit and increased some of those troughs over time. So just smoothed it out a little bit.
Okay,
and increased the amount of thinning that was done.
Yeah, just a quick question on the spotted owl habitat quality line that you had. Does that estimate of habitat quality include a spatial component to represent the home range of the species and what is present within those home ranges?
No, it does not. It's the habitat suitability indices are operate at the stand level.
And so it's an overestimate of habitat quality then?
I'll let biologists speak to that. So.
Yeah, hi, for the record, Nick Palazzotto, Deputy Chief. So it's not, there's nothing spatial related to occurrence data, if that's what you're asking?
Well, no, I mean, most spotted owl habitat models have a spatial component that represents the home range or nest patch area or, those sorts of conditions in order to come up with an estimate of quality for that piece of the landscape.
Yeah, okay, thanks. So no, as Todd said, it's just stand level data. It's not taking into account any adjacency considerations or patch sizes.
So it may be more appropriate for something like red tree voles, but maybe not so appropriate for spotted owls.
Yeah, I mean, whether or not it's appropriate for owls, I would have to think harder about that. I think it performed reasonably well for the purposes we used it for to date. Probably more appropriate for tree voles given the scale of their ecology, yeah.
Todd, for the record, Heath Curtis. For scenario 2 in the thinning entries, the volume that would produce, do your revenue calculations account for decreased pricing associated with thinned units relative to clear cut units?
It does. The logging prices vary based on the amount of volume that's removed, the prescription, so thinning versus clear cut. Whether or not that's a complete accounting is subject to uncertainty, I guess. But yeah.
But you didn't use like 10-year average, variable thinned stand pricing data to inform thinned pricing going forward, thinning pricing going forward, like you did for the clear cuts, right?
Well, the log prices are derived the same way. So the log prices from thinnings are derived the same way as for clear cuts. but the costs associated with implementing that prescription
I see.
vary by site and stand conditions.
So you did include increased logging costs for purposes of the thinning anticipated under scenario 2?
Yes.
Commissioner Banks, Clatsop County. I actually wanted to dial in a little bit more. You spoke a lot about the feasibility of the different scenarios to us at our previous meeting, but I was curious of the costs associated to the different scenarios, particularly the long rotation scenario 2. Did you account for additional road costs, additional, industry costs, logging costs?
Yes, the model includes road construction, road maintenance, and costs such as that. There is a hauling cost component. So the trouble there is that we don't have, since we are kind of price takers, we don't have a good mechanism for estimating where different logs might go over time. So the hauling rates are fairly static and limited to the local region. But I think all the other costs that you're referring to have been addressed.
Do you happen to know what the stumpage difference is between clear cutting and, it's not when I say stumpage, everybody understand what I mean? That's kind of the net of net, it's kind of, you know that off the top of your head?
Yeah, I apologize. I don't have that number offhand. It
sounds like it's primarily driven, sounds like it's primarily driven by the delta between clear cut harvesting and thinning harvesting, right? There's an added cost, right? That's the delta. I would assume that's your difference in stumpage, I would guess.
It is, yeah. It's largely the logging cost, yeah, for sure. And apologize, I can't remember.
Yeah, I would know what that was in my world. I'm not sure in your world, but what that would be exactly. But I have a couple other questions. So you answered one of them, which I think is really important. The net present value scenario did not have a target inventory at the end of the model period, which is 150 years, right? But you can demonstrate what the inventory would be under the net present value. I mean, the charts is kind of really small. You could
yeah, the chart demonstrates it, but
do you know, and what was the floor of inventory you allowed in the other scenarios?
So for scenario 2, scenario 1 and 3, it's quite similar to our current inventory. Again, I don't have the specific number, but it was based on a long-term sustained yield calculation and the assumed regulated forest that would result from that, which is quite similar, at least on those managed stands, quite similar to our current inventory.
So the first 3 scenarios, not the MPV, but the other scenarios didn't approach that inventory floor. Is that my understanding, or?
They ebbed and flowed over time, but for scenarios 1 and 3, the end result was an inventory that was fairly consistent with what we have today.
Okay. So I mean, it looks like I'm kind of locking in on the. You answer the question about the difference between the maximum inventory scenarios and net present value. I understand, because you spoke to it, the net present value actually produces more volume, right, over the model, right? So it's a little bit of a misnomer when we talk about maximum volume, right? So maximum volume would be coming from the net present value scenarios, right? And my quick math would demonstrate, if you look at the net present value scenario with the 10%, allowing the model to periodic limits of 10% versus the net present value scenario allowing the same 10% periodic increment, I think is about 2 billion board feet over a 70-year period. You might want to look at my math, but I think it's something like that. You're giving up and you're moving you're moving from a harvest level age class of about 80, right? Around 80 maximum volume, kind of what we're doing today, to eventually going to 60. Around 60, I think. At what year does 60 start appearing?
It's in the, let's see, we had one chart, the average age class.
Just curious. Yeah, I
chart.
saw it on the chart.
Yeah.
But I'm just curious, how many years out is that? It's some years out, right?
Yeah, I want to say it's by year 40 or 50. Go up a couple slides. It's after the harvest. A couple more.
Some of the problems with graphs, it's so tiny.
One more. There you go. There you go. Yeah, so it's the bottom right chart. You know, eyeballing it, it's roughly 2070, year 2070, so about 40 to 50 years.
So 40, 50 years from now, you're dropping to a 60-year, you're on a steady decline of age, right? Right. Your average harvest age is declining and kind of dropping around 60, right? At how many years out?
About 40, about 50.
About 50 years, about 50. I think it's important to kind of understand that. You know, we're talking about, the maximum volume scenario results in about an 80-year rotation. Yeah, I think we can all kind of picture that. That's kind of what we do today, right? Right. And the maximum net present value, I'm just looking at the 10% periodic limit because you have operational issues. I mean, Mike talks about those. Kind of results in kind of 50 years from now, you start to kind of go down to about a 60-year rotation, right? Right. And so I in my mind, I begin to think about those two scenarios and weighing those things, and I just want to, I'm just trying to break this down for the commissioners here to think through that. That's what's happening, how we're modeling that. There's a significant valuation difference between the maximum what we're calling maximum volume, right? Which really kind of isn't, but that's being constrained by I guess it's probably more fair to say the net present value is not being constrained by an ending inventory, right? Right. So if you went with a net present value scenario, you're landing at about 60, you're kind of the plane's coming in about 60, 50 years from now, right? And that's the point at which, isn't also fair to say, your distribution monitoring dispersal habitat of spotted owls would come to play, right? Up until that point, you have, bigger, still kind of an older forest because it's going to take you a while to get there, right? So I think it's just important to kind of visualize that. I mean, this is what modeling does. It's really cool. I love it because you're thinking about the future. That's what foresters do. We're always thinking about like, what is the future of the forest going to look like? And it's sometimes hard to envision. That's why I'm kind of laying this out for you guys because I think it's important to kind of visualize that. Those two things. So 80-year harvest level, the maximum volume, what we're calling maximum volume, or a net present value, which results in a lot more revenue, potentially, and begins to land at 60, right? The plane kind of comes in at 60, 50 years from now. So hang on, enough said.
I just want to follow up on Joe's comments, which I think are really important. But Todd, I wonder if you could provide an estimate of the variability around the mean harvest age for these charts?
Yeah, I guess I could give you perhaps some qualitative, right? I don't have the full range top of mind. Certainly for scenario 4, by the time you get to that plateau, all of the stands are being harvested at a much younger age class. And I think, well, in fact, the age class charts demonstrate some of this too, right? So the age range is more constrained to that 60-year age frame versus the other scenarios that have a much wider age class distribution.
But early on, the variability around that mean is quite high potentially.
It is certainly. So the scenario 4, of course, would have to harvest many more of those older stands because everything has to get down to that 60-year age range.
Would it be harvesting any of the younger stands as well?
It would, yeah. Any stand that it sees as underperforming financially.
Yeah, so I think that's the key, though. Early on, there's a wide variability in terms of the age classes that would be harvested until you reach that 60-year target, and then it levels out and it's pretty consistent from that point on, right? Yeah, so the impact on habitat for owls or whatever is going to be pretty variable early on, I would think.
So a couple items. One, just to follow up on that, Brenda, I mean, like, I think that variability has to be couched in the context of the commitments made under the HCA's, which shouldn't vary much between the alternatives. And the amount of habitat, of course, outside of the HCA's as a starting point is less than inside the HCA's. But nevertheless, a couple questions for you. One, some of these alternatives are going to produce a lot of larger logs. Did the pricing matrix you use account for lower pricing associated with oversize?
I would say that two parts. Generally, the log price averages that we have, they do tend to increase in value as the log size increases. But contrary, what we don't have is the an estimate of, like we were referring to, the added cost associated with perhaps hauling or limited market opportunities for those large logs.
I'm just telling you, if they're very large logs, we're going to purchasers will bid less and that's just on all their matrices. That's just how the pricing matrices work. Okay? It does not increase indefinitely in value with size at all. In fact, it's the opposite.
Certainly, it's not an indefinite price increase, but there is, in the log prices that we have, there is a premium for large.
And so you didn't include a discount for the proportion of oversized. I mean, on some of these stands that are, 80 years old, you may have 30% in oversized categories for which the mills are paying less, and you didn't account for that in the
no.
And then the other question I had was with regard to the logging pricing that you're using. I'm not actually a log purchaser, and so I don't have as much visibility on that. But the ones I've seen, they're all like, we bid like a stumpage price, and maybe not all of the sales work that way. But how are you getting your logging pricing information? For us, our bid would ordinarily it'd be implicit in there. We would bid less for a sale that has more expensive logging, but I don't know how you would have visibility on that.
So excuse me. Within the model, we classify all of the land based on the harvest methods. So cable versus ground. The logging price formula includes steepness, difficulty of logging, what's called external yarding distance, some factors that affect the overall cost associated with that logging. And then additionally, the premium associated with thinning, so the additional costs associated with thinning. And then even with that, it varies depending on the amount of volume that's removed from a site. So it does at least try to account for that.
But I guess my question, I'm sure it does, and you told me that last time, and I trust that's true. My question is just, where are you getting the data?
Oh, okay. So the logging prices came from a survey that was done a number of years ago out of OSU. A grad student out of OSU did a survey effectively of local or regional logging companies to assess the costs associated with these various logging methods.
I need to get a copy of that from you. That's great.
Certainly, yeah. And then, like I said, the log prices themselves come from historic prices that we, of course, acquire.
Commissioner Banks, Clatsop County. Just to follow up to the 60-year conversation, Oregon State University did a recent study in regards to carbon sequestration, and what was the age average that maximized carbon sequestration? Was it 60 or 65?
So, yeah, I'm aware of that study. have not characterized, I mean, we looked at carbon a number of different ways offhand. I can't speak to specifically which, what the rotation age was that maximized carbon for us. Certainly the more carbon accumulated on the landscape for under the older, longer rotation scenarios as a function of just accumulation of volume on the landscape. So that's not speaking directly to your question about sequestration, but for reference. Ben?
Ben Doiling for the record. I just wanted to push back a little bit on what Heath was saying about the values of the logs of different sizes. There is an upper threshold in our current markets where oversized logs start to become less valuable, but categorically an 80-year-old tree is going to be worth more per board foot than a 60-year-old tree. And the harvesting costs for 80-year-old trees are going to be significantly less than 60-year-old trees. And
No, that's not.
Well, maybe we should take this offline. In my experience, there is increasing value in those bigger logs to a point, and I will grant that there is a point there. But I think where that point is, I would probably disagree with the two gentlemen. Am I right?
Well, I can just describe to you how it works. I mean, the fact is that the production sawmills have maximum sizes on their intakes. And so on the front end of that sawmill, if you can't take over a 30-inch log, then you're going to have to truck your 31-inch log a lot farther. And the people who buy those are not buying as large a volume. And so what happens is that market can get saturated and the pricing declines. And in fact, again, on our pricing, what happens for us, the reason we pay less is because we have to send it somewhere. There's
Fair enough, but that is, I think, when you're using a Hampton example, and I think when you were selling logs, you have many options for mills, and we don't need to dig too far into this. There's nuance there that I'd like to point out.
Mike Wilson for the record. So what we know are prices today, and we do subscribe to a service that we get the actual pond values for the different species diameters and so forth. What I would say is, the prices, so they kind of are what they are. There's some questions, I think, in the future in terms of when we grow a higher proportion of logs with that larger diameter, what's the mill capacity to deal with that? And there's also questions, I think, around at certain points, operator capacity to deal with that as well, which may be more of a limiting factor than mills in some cases. So anyway, just something there. But our current pond values, so I mean, just so everybody is clear, the way we get this is we use the actual pond values that we know, and then the estimate of costs as Todd described, and that's where we end up getting the stoppage for the model.
I think obviously if all the mills in the area know that there's going to be a lot bigger trees coming down 20, 30, 40 years from now, that's the way business works. There's going to be an adaptation. So judging it simply on the way the market is today, I think is a mistake. And I have the advantage of being able to be the last word for the moment on this subject because I think we need about a 10-minute bathroom break. Great to be chair sometimes. So anyhow, if we could all, it's 10:38, if we could be back at 10:48. All right. Thank you all for quickly settling down. You were all having a great time, I could tell. Back to you, Mike.
All right. So first of all, I'd ask if there are any other clarifying questions or anything about the presentation.
I have more thoughts on large logs, Jim.
I said I had the last, you know, only for 10 minutes, I said. So absolutely, go for it.
Okay. All right. Well, just real briefly here before we jump into our larger discussion, I think everybody is aware that the because of a little bit of a modeling glitch that we had, it put us just enough behind that we couldn't have the socioeconomic report as part of this package. That is forthcoming. I think we should probably have it by the end of June. Nick's nodding his head, so yes. Or early July, rather, it'll probably be released. And then we'll come back together to talk about performance measures in September. And I know there's still some outstanding questions around metrics and everything. And I think performance measures, as we've talked about before, are going to be somewhat of an evolving process. And what I think we really need to do in that conversation is we will be focusing in on the big rocks that come out of this modeling directly and out of the socioeconomic report based on this modeling, and trying to really just establish enough direction so that we can get started drafting an implementation plan for the new FMP. So with that, those are kind of the next steps. And I'd like to turn it over to Deb Noodleman to walk us through the facilitated part of this.
Take this. So good morning, everybody. I'm Deborah Noodleman, facilitator for the day, and good morning, Chair Kelly, Interim State Forester Skinner, to the board. Good morning, FTLAC members, and especially to our audience here in the room and listening virtually. We thank you all for the time and for being here. I happen to be with you way at the beginning of this phase of the work, took a little break out, and so it's nice to see all of you again and to see the progress to date. Just as a reminder, as a facilitator, I'm here as a neutral, so I don't take a stake in the outcome. I have had the pleasure and the honor of listening in a lot of times, so I track, but you have the expertise and the wisdom, and that's why we're here today, is to help really bring that out throughout the conversation. My interest is to help today be constructive and productive, and so I've got a couple just highlights of steps I want to walk through and then jump right in. We have these discussion guidelines. Sometimes we call them ground rules, sometimes gentle reminders. We know how much you spend time together, but it really helps, if you will, kind of be proactive about constructive and productive. So one is just honoring the agenda. We have 7 topics, so kind of buckets of conversation we want to try to get you through by the end of the meeting. Our interest is to try to do 2 of them before lunch, 5 of them after lunch. Give me a little leeway and permission to monitor your time. We'll kind of take what we need this morning to get through the first 2 at least. We'll take the lunch break, and then it's kind of 20-ish minutes each. But I want to do the ebb and flow, and I want you to push back. If you're deep in a question and I'm telling you to wrap up time, tell me, no, we need a little more. And I've asked this team up with me to do the same. If you feel like you're starting to repeat yourselves and it's really not necessary, it's okay to help me move on. All right. So let me monitor the time, and then also feel free to push back. Be respectful, candid, and constructive. And I know you are. I've met most of you. I've watched you before. These are really important discussions, and I really appreciate deeply the way you take on the content here. And then learn about each other's interests. Be curious and ask each other why. Don't presume you know why somebody's saying what they're saying, and do that follow-up question. It's really fascinating when you go one level deeper and learn about each other's interests. Because what that does is it really opens up the box around where you can head from here. These are long-term legacy discussions. You're building for the future generations, and you all are these leaders who have this opportunity to really set that stage. So that's what happens when you ask those extra questions. Be hard on the problems and soft on the people. Probably heard that before. You're all doing the best you can. Some of you speak with passion. I'm one of those people. Just know it's a style. It's just the way you're communicating. You're here because you care about these problems and you're deep problem solvers. Look for balance of speaking time. Some of you talk more than others. Some of you engage more easily than others. If you lean in a lot, maybe step back some to make space for others. If you find yourself not talking, push yourself to say more. Again, each of you has these roles because of your wisdom and expertise. The more you all share, the richer the dialogue and the outcomes. And then just, these are Deb's little pet peeves about trying to avoid side conversations and keeping phones away from yourself, which is a challenge, but we're all doing the best we can. Okay, just one last reminder is what today's about. So it's not decision-making, as Mike said. It's really to develop a common understanding of the modeling process and outcomes. So I think Todd in the opening discussion got really good clarifying discussions. Let's take it the next step, talk further about those modeled outcomes, and also just growing the relationship between the board and the FTLAC and doing whatever it takes, moving yourselves forward together. So I think that's it. Anybody questions of me or my role or what we're doing? Okay, so we're ready to jump in. We have this nice solid hour, and so this is the first one. And if you want to help me set them up, Todd, about how we're doing this and why, is that okay? Or is it Mike? Mike, you're doing it? Yes, or me, whichever. Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
I can do that. So we've seen how the different scenarios have these different cumulative and temporal outcomes for volume. And so we'd like to dig in a little bit about what the thoughts or concerns are about those outcomes. And then the second question of what is most important to you and why about maximizing that total cumulative volume over time or providing an even flow of volume. We have, and I'll just add a little context. Obviously, we've done even flow of volume for a long time, and that's easy to plan around, right? If you have a good understanding of that versus dealing with the volatility of it. And as you have this discussion, I would like to point back to Joe's comments on I think it's all the scenarios you can discuss this, but as you alluded to on the net present value, you're on this path. That means at any point you could choose to be on a different path until you hit that, right? If all of a sudden you decide you didn't want to end up at a 60-year rotation, you have a decision space in there for that length of time to adjust it. It just, the decision space changes. It narrows over time, right? So that's something you could speak to on all the scenarios as well. So with that.
So we're just opening this up for discussion, and these are kind of harder to warm up. What about what you just heard Mike say about harvest volume? So different cumulative temporal volume outcomes, what thoughts or concerns do you have about those outcomes? What's important to you and why? Maximizing total cumulative volume over time or providing an even flow of volume? And also, if it helps, Todd, you'll help us if we want to go back to any of the other slides to kind of see some of the differences. Thoughts on this one? Liz, go ahead.
Just some clarification. So we're not supposed to land, or we're not supposed to say we like this one better than another. We just are clarifying, we're just asking clarifying questions, because that's not what you're aiming for. That's not the goal. You're looking for sort of a direction. So I'm still trying to, that's fuzzy to me.
Sure. So additional clarifying questions are fine. If we haven't, gotten to all those, or if you still have a question, we can jump back to slides, as Deb said. But no, this is really the part about if there's something you really like, let's hear about that. If there's something you really don't like, let's hear about that. And just to clarify again, so none of these scenarios are going to be adopted as an implementation plan. Because there's a lot more work that goes into the implementation plan detail, if nothing else. They're a guide to where you might want to land on performance measures, big rocks that will guide us into that implementation plan. But for today's discussion, it's perfectly permissible to say, I really like scenario X. It's just the bee's knees for me in every way. That's fine too. That's fine too. So it's open discussion.
Yeah.
Yes. What I would say on that, Mike, as a board member, I think should be pretty reserved on on jumping into, I favor this one or that one at this point. I feel like this is still relatively new to us. We haven't really had feedback from FTLAC. We haven't had feedback from the conservation community and the Oregonians at the end of the day we're supposed to represent. So I'm going to be reserved until I feel like I am hearing from a lot more people and have a lot more information before I'm going to publicly say I prefer this one or that one. Now that I'm just talking about the board here. And I'm very much welcome everybody's opinions outside of. And if anybody wants to go ahead and have an opinion on who's on the board, they're free to do it. I'm just.
No,
But that's how I'm going to police myself. So.
No, I appreciate that, Jim. I probably not surprisingly, you might not be surprised as to where I may lean. So most of the people on this board. So I'm actually very curious to hear from the FTLAC members on these kind of questions. That's really what I'd like to understand. We've made significant conservation commitments with the HCP. This is unprecedented on the state forest, where this is a new era, a brand new thing. We've never done this before. We're in a new, this is all new, right? We never had an HCP. We've never had this kind of, let's say, this opportunity to think of harvesting in this way. So this is kind of, and I really appreciate Mike saying not trying to bias the process. I appreciate that from you, Mike, that he's not trying to bias in any one scenario. So I'm just personally very curious, like questions like this, how the commissioners feel about these questions. I myself understand there are operational, and Mike alluded to it in the implementation plans. There are going to be operational constraints on all of these scenarios once you start implementing them, right? There's a finite number of mills, there's a finite number of loggers, there's a finite number of foresters, so you can only make this thing do this too much. So my mind always, you have to kind of, and that's why you have kind of departure is somewhat limit, 10% departure. But I think it's really powerful, and the information we're seeing here is the cost of even flow. Even flow is very costly, right? And these modeled outcomes begins to really quantify that, right? Quantifies the cost of even flow. So I'm very interested in the commissioner's opinions of what, like, these very questions.
Right. I didn't know which one of you could give me authority to speak here. We're just thrilled to be here as Council of Forest Trustland folks. We all, as you know, we represent our local communities. And I think the most important thing, that message that I want to start out with, is that we are here to partner with the Board of Forestry, the Department of Forestry, and our communities to come to the best decisions that we can to achieve the greatest permanent value. I feel like I've just been through a high-level forestry course, and it's just amazing the information that Todd has amassed and provided us. Also, a couple of weeks ago, I just want to add this to the conversation, that as a member of the State Forest Advisory Committee, we were able to tour the Astoria forests, and it was a marvelous day, a perfect day. We were able to see all of the different ways that the forest is managed, and the management of the roads, the management of the streams. We saw marvelous loads of logs going out. So I think that we all need to sometimes appreciate all of that. I too just came over from a meeting over in Sisters, and was able to see that. I came over the Santiam, which I don't always do because I live in Clatskanie. So it was a real education to see all of the changes between harvest and fire and everything, things that we don't have any control over too. So what we want to do is, as Council Forest Trust Lands is be partners and be advisors and communicate our feelings to you. And I know that sometimes we all have very strong feelings. So we're here to engage. We have kind of prepared some answers to questions. So Deb, do you want us to go along and do that? Do you want, how would you like us to manage that?
I think it's great that you did pull together some answers to questions.
Mhm.
I think what's most important is to just let you get going and go ahead and say what you'd like to say. And then if it's okay, we can then weave it back in with some of the proposed questions as well. That'd be awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, well, these are, we used the proposed
Well,
questions.
then that's perfect. Then go ahead. Yes.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. All right, so troops, we would love to have you carry on with question number 1. Oh, I better read that, huh? The different scenarios have different cumulative and temporal volume outcomes. What thoughts or concerns do you have about those outcomes? Well, so for all of the scenarios, we are certainly concerned about the certainty and attainability of the outcomes. It's one thing to present model results. You know, we've all done a lot of planning in our lives, and that doesn't always lead to the conclusion that we thought it might. So it's another for the Department of Forestry to produce the volumes at those levels. And we've heard from ODF that some very high harvest levels are not possible to implement. Giving ODF unattainable targets doesn't really serve any of us well and does not support the county's interest or the state's interest or the department's interest. So from our understanding, scenarios 1 and 3 produce harvest levels that are possible potentially to implement and would meet ODF's and HCP commitments and are consistent with the FMP. Within those scenarios, we see results that we believe would meet the county's revenue needs and while providing for other values required under the greatest permanent value law. So in the context of these scenarios, the trade-off of volume consistency under scenario 1 for higher total harvest levels in scenario 3 is acceptable since other values are then provided for.
Follow up with Margaret.
We stay on this first one. I'd just like to see or anything, either respond or clarify or.
Yeah, Margaret, you just clarify what you said there at the end, just to make the last statement.
That in the context of these scenarios, the trade-off of volume consistency under scenario 1 for higher total harvest levels than in scenario 3 is acceptable since other values are provided for. So
You're willing to accept some variability.
right, yes,
to
that's kind of where we are. Yeah.
Something to add to this? Yeah.
Just something to add, not being married to scenario 1 or 3 per se, and potentially having a combination of 3 and 4. I think that for speaking for us, we've realized in the last year how beneficial it would be potentially to have a runway for our government agencies to be able to pivot fiscally. And so I used to be the anti-departure person. You've heard that a lot from me personally, and I think I need to publicly say that I am not looking at these scenarios any longer as anti-departure after our last year at the small table group. So,
Go ahead, Liz.
So just a point here, Deb. So we're I have a question, but it's larger than this harvest volume, but it connects to that in a way. Can I
You
ask
should
it?
Go for it. Yes.
Okay,
yes.
all right, I'll go for it. So March of 2024, we sat here with many of you here, and we made a tough decision that we all got to go home and live our lives, and then you had to grapple with our decision. One of the things that happened was when we sat down to make that decision that week, we were given a couple letters, and one was from the governor as we were sitting down, and it basically made a commitment as much as the governor could to really help y'all cobble together some finances, some money to help with this scenario on this fall from, you know, what was a previous volume. And I've tracked y'all and asked questions informally. Have your attempts to get that? And so that's my question that refers to sort of revenue. Did that work out for y'all?
So I'll speak first, and I'm sure my peers won't be bashful about speaking up. And so the governor's office did assign staff members that hired an outside attorney, and we had conversations monthly for a long period of time. We started wrestling with some ideas about where we might be on how we could implement, how we could be. In fact, words were used like hold the counties harmless. I mean, hold harmless. But as we looked at those different scenarios, there is no hold harmless without some new revenue commitments. And we felt like those were part of what was there. As we got closer to this session, we found that those discussions weren't going to include the governor's office stepping up and leading a bill and a financial solution. And in fact, if we had to be held harmless, it meant we even cut the Board of Forestry more. If we were going to be held harmless, why don't the counties suggest that we take more from the schools and hit the schools? And so we were left with some untenable solutions and an unwillingness to take the ownership to lead some new solutions. So where did we end up? We end up now with a conversation about what economic opportunities could be longer term in place for Lynn County, who has still 8, soon to be 9 mills operating. And what could I do to replace those down the road if the volumes don't meet? And so that conversation's there. And I think the conversation in my mind is also there for the Board of Forestry as you look at running the Department of Forestry. People think of ODOT and how important highways are, how you can't let that fumble. The last few years, we've watched maintenance dollars been stripped and road conditions be damaged. I look at ODF and how important you are to me for wildfire, how important you are for the ecology, economic. And I worry that as these volumes, depending upon where the answer goes, is that you are in the same place without some assurance of other revenues, unless the volumes are at the higher end number. And I appreciate that the 205 number was included in the run. So Chair Kelly, I thank you very much. I had wanted to run a higher number because I think that, but understand, I know that 205 is just a number and just a goal. The goal used to be 300, and we only made that one time in my 16 years as a commissioner. Only one time did we make 300 million board feet out of the county forest lands. And so I know that without some financial solutions that we counties and the Department of Forestry and the Board of Forestry, we're in trouble. And nothing did come of that, except we had many conversations for hours, and we did not get to a closure.
Thank you, Will. A lesson to me in making environmental decisions and living in small communities, which I've lived in, is I had an old forester tell me, you know, you need to live in a community for at least half a decade to see how your decisions land. So you need to go to the baseball field, you need to get gas, you need to go to the coffee shop, and you need to listen to how people end up. And I just was thinking as I drove home on that March 7th, what y'all were thinking. So thank you for sharing that. And hopefully we'll get to a place where it's not as, as significant to y'all. Thank you.
I also want to observe, as you were asking that question, there was a fair amount of body language in the response, and I could see that there's a response also coming from the head and the heart that seemed to resonate deeply. And so just want to commend all you for what it probably takes to talk that concisely around this and not to diminish how important that was. So thank you, everybody, for that. Can I check, are there others on this first full-on question? Either comments, feedback? Yes, Keith.
Well, I might offer, in the vein of an opinion, actually, if you'll excuse that, is that, obviously in my role, I talk to a large number of industry representatives. And I would say, historically, my employer and others have taken the position that it's very important that we have a predictable, steady, even flow of volume in order to build our business around that. And I think two things have happened in the last 20 years. Is one, we have grown skeptical of the department's ability to produce that even flow of volume. And two, we've realized that, facts and circumstances change over time. And so the question becomes, is it so important that it be an even flow, or is it maybe just as important that we know in advance what we think it's going to be, and we can build our business around that? The combination of those factors, from my perspective, have led many in the industry to conclude that it would be better to try and realize marginally more volume while we can, and while we can be more certain of the regulatory environment within which we are operating, and then have some vision toward, in the distant future, say it's 40 years from now, if those volumes are going to fall off some, that gives us some time to plan for that and how we're going to account for that between here and there. And so I only mean to highlight that I think that that's an evolving position for the industry representatives that I talk to, and a growing appetite for departure.
Thank you for that, Keith. Yes, Chair Kelly?
So you expressed the fear that whatever the targets are, they might not be met. Not an irrational fear. What would you be saying to us about how we should be approaching that?
Well, not being a forester, I'm not exactly sure how one deals with that in the real world of forestry. I think that Heath has pointed out a couple of times, and Joe also, so that we need to bring the industry into these conversations also, and as we have, in order to understand how we can deal with harvest in the long run and manage the timber at the mills. I watched when we were in Astoria, and I don't remember the operator, but he had just invested in $1 million piece of equipment in order to harvest the logs that were there. And, we can't expect people to change overnight.
Yeah, and it may be worth adding that, there's of course limits for that appetite even in the industry. In scenario 4, you saw like a 400 million board foot production out of the gate. And I think that probably doesn't work for two reasons. One, you'll struggle to staff that kind of harvest level, the ODF will. But two, that volume doesn't persist for long enough to make those investments, the requisite investments, pay. And so even in that context, I think that, if we were to have a departure, it would have to be a known level and it would have to persist for some period of time so that, you know, that individual that you're talking about who's making that investment can make their money back. And I do think, though, that if you were to look at the volumes that scenario 3 and 4 highlight for you, I think you can have a departure larger than you see in scenario 1, right? Those marginal increases. So, and realize the revenues associated with that and the economic activity associated with that and all of the conservation investments we're making, if you are also willing to endure more variability in out years. That is to say, at that 100-year timeline, if you're willing to endure more decline at that period than you are under scenario 1, then you can realize substantially more today then.
Thank you for this conversation, and I would echo some of my colleagues here. I'm excited that you're here, and I would encourage you to speak up, and I'd share your thoughts on all of these. From my perspective, when we're talking about volumes, and we're talking about departure right now, I think of a couple things, and one is departure is really, in my mind, is a tool to rebalance age classes. The forest is very lumpy right now; it's hard to manage, and by strategically harvesting certain ages, we're able to regrow the forest in a way that's easier to manage long term. So I see that as a really important tool. And to give us more predictability long term, because the whole point of sort of some lumpiness at the beginning is a new even flow that might be at a better place in the future is sort of one way I think about that. The other concern I have with harvesting a lot up front is you need to think of forests and manage forests on very long time scales because of the way they grow. And the folks in the room who are managing these forests are constantly changing. All of us will term out, we have new governor, new legislature, everyone who's managing these forests is constantly changing. And so making decisions about harvests with some expectations of how that would unfold far into the future, I do that with real caution because some new group of folks could completely change that again. And the way I think about this, it only works if you have real continuity and a long-term plan and vision, which as challenging as the HCP is, it gives us some certainty for a very long time, which helps in that forest management planning. So those are just some thoughts and concerns that I have about these different models and the various harvest levels and harvest outcomes that are shown there.
Yeah, thank you. I'm probably just stating the obvious here, but the farther we go out in time, the more uncertain anything is, right, including all of us. So these projections, even though projection 1 is a nice straight line that looks really predictable out into a long, looks great in terms of predictability, we shouldn't count on that. And so coming back to Heath's point and maybe Ben's too, which of these provides some level of certainty, but also provides some level of safety and adaptability? So if we were to, I'm just picking one, take scenario 3, it looks pretty good. There's a little bit higher volume initially, and then it levels out. But that high volume initially gives you a little bit of flexibility too, right? You wouldn't have to harvest all that. You could harvest something a little bit less. That's going to grow. And then it gives you some flexibility in later decades if things go in an unpredictable direction. So I guess what I'm arguing here for is certainty is great, but don't count on it. And look at these scenarios from the lens of which ones can provide you with some flexibility or changes as you go through time and still meet your expectations or needs. And that means that there's going to be variability around all these lines. They're not a fixed line. It's a variability. And we, ODF, can manage that variability to help meet your needs. At least that's my interpretation. So unlike Ben, I think having a projection that has a little bit higher volume early on harvested gives you perhaps opportunity to bank that money for future. But also, maybe you don't harvest all that right now, but then it's a safety net for the future. I'm just really worried about scenario 1, which is this flat, very predictable line, and I don't believe it.
So some of the comments are being made are really actually caught up in the second part of this question. You know, what is the importance to us about maximizing total cumulative volume over time versus providing an even flow? And so I'd like to start off by saying that all of the scenarios implement the draft HCP affording compliance to the Endangered Species Act. So all of these do that. And all the scenarios implement with a draft FMP would be complying with the greatest permanent value would be within these goals. All of them are met by all of these scenarios at all the different volume levels. So for me, it's not an either or of some of these choices. In fact, your comment about picking and maybe moving things off goes back to comments made by Commissioner Bangs about maybe giving us a chance to slow down and the mills to redo, because at the same time we're doing this piece, wildfires are occurring. At the same time we're doing this piece, global warming is affecting the environment. At the same time we're doing all these things. So it's the state forests need to be managed for greatest permanent value. Because of who I am, and timber is part of that revenue, is in fact part of that greatest permanent value by law in the definition is revenue. I tend to think about county funding, Board of Forestry funding, and ODF funding. So the revenue that supports the generation that it supports for our community is critically important. When we talk about the socioeconomic piece not being done yet, what was done before was appalling. It was as you may remember my testimony before, it was a fraction of what other states use for impact. And so it's critical. But I think that the volume produced under scenario 3 with a 10% even flow applied to it is preferable to things like scenario 1 or maximizing net present value of 4. But there's things to learn in 4 that we could learn. And so Forestry Member McComb, I appreciate your wanting to maybe look at those things and pieces of them, and others have said it as well, because I think there is something between 3 and 4 that might in fact be a smoother way for us to try to land because the governor's direction, back to Liz's question, her now changing the conversation about how to change my economy. I can't change an economy in a county overnight. We were promised a silicone forest when the spotted owl came. We were promised a silicone forest spreading all over Oregon. It didn't happen. I can't change it overnight. So I might need a combination of 3 and 4 to land smoothly.
Just to make sure, is there anything else you wanted to state on the second question there? Was that yours and then more on that, Courtney? Go ahead.
Just a tad bit more, because we're talking about pivoting an economy. I 100% agree with how long that takes. But also looking at, a combination of 3 and 4 and looking at industry viability, because the North Coast, a lot of our industry members fight fire in the summers. And if we don't have a viable industry in the conversation, we don't have somebody who can fight a small fire in Clatsop State Forest. When Tillamook had their fires this past summer, or maybe it was 2 summers ago, they had industry members because our state foresters were already other places in the state of Oregon. And so their industry members fought that fire. And so when I look at the marriage potential between 3 and 4, it's also keeping in mind that we do need a viable industry in order to respond to the fire potential that happens in our state forests. And when I look at Tillamook and Clatsop, we are more forest than we are municipality. I think it's like an 80-20 cut. And so we need that industry and that industry knowledge to still stay present.
Thank you. We have just a minute or so left on this first set of questions, so go ahead.
You know, I just want to bring up an issue that it's not our job to kowtow to public opinion, but we all recognize there's a lot of people in the state who hate clear cuts, all of that. I'm concerned that if at the end of the day, we're too aggressive about the level of cuts in the early part of this, that we will run into a wall of public opinion and opposition. And running into a wall is different from doing something that's, you know, mildly unpopular. Running into a wall of public opinion is facing initiatives that come forward that say, no, we're not going to manage these lands that way. So just want us to, you know, be recognizing through all of this that if we push too hard, I predict there'll be huge pushback. So.
Deborah, if I may ask a question real quick. Todd, before we move off of volume, how much volume are you anticipating that did you bake in from the HCAs? You know what I mean? It was the same for all the alternatives there.
Yeah, it's, I can't recall the split from thinning versus clear cut, but it's, there's about, on average, over the 30 years, of just under 55 million per year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I thought it was important, and that's anticipating, I mean, the HCP authorizes like 2,500 acres a year of treatments in the HCAs, and you're anticipating being able to do that. And that's 55 million out of what? Like, you know, we talked about the 185 to 205 under the scenario 1 options. So it's a meaningful fraction. And with the recent AOPs, Mike, that were just released, we are like 900 acres of treatments in the HCAs. And so I guess that's a way of teeing up. I mean, you have that authority now. I mean, like even observing the HCP, how confident are you you'll be able to get that 55 million board feet?
So I would reframe it as I always do when we're talking about the HCA's, reframe it in terms of acres. Are we going to be able to accomplish those acres? And the answer there is yes, we can certainly do that. There will always be uncertainty around volume. And remember, when we're playing with some of the HCA treatments, those are some of the most uncertain volumes because, you know, of the stats that you just, or the acre numbers you just gave, average 500 acres of that a year is hardwood, primarily red alder, right? That volume is low. There's also marketability questions around that stuff as well, right? And then Swiss needle cash shares a little bit of the same problem, not quite as bad. So it is uncertain. Another thing I would say, just to add to the conversation and try not to bias it too much here, but those types of treatments are some of the more costly ones, right? They tend to be in, those areas tend to be located in more logistically complex settings and so forth. So, you know, there's from the department side, there's being able to generate the revenue to pay for them. And we always have a mix of that in our sales, right? I mean, some of them are winners and some of them are losers in terms of revenue, and we have to try and mix those together to accomplish those. But we can accomplish the acres and the volume.
You can accomplish acres to the degree you can justify the cost, or that is to say that they'll pay for themselves, or you have other ways to pay for them. But like, I only bring it up because again, in the context of the volumes that we're talking about in these modeled scenarios, I think that's a pretty big element of risk. And, you know, obviously, I think that the department should pursue those, but even in this first AOP, we haven't even designated that many acres. And so I think that might inform your willingness to try to, your appetite for a departure now.
I'm looking around and I let us go a little longer. Those are all great questions and great discussion. So now I think we're ready to move on to the next slide, which takes us to revenue distribution. Mike, I'm going to keep pushing you to just kind of frame it out a bit for people.
Sure. So here we want to get at your thoughts and concerns about the temporal variation and the cumulative revenue outcomes. And, you know, specifically, this does get around to kind of making sure we have a good understanding of kind of the mechanisms that exist for managing that volatility. You know, I don't know what everybody's constraints are, either whether they are actual legal constraints on how you have to handle revenue. Can you bank revenue at the end of the day? Versus also just kind of like, you know, what position everybody's in, and like, you know, everybody's stretched thin to different degrees, I would say. So what's your ability to really bank that revenue realistically so that you'll have it to spend in lean years?
I think that David Lovell online might want to speak to this question. Can you get it? Can you unmute yourself?
Off
David?
mute, Commissioner Lovell?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I was trying to get my buttons there going. Yeah, thank you very much, Chair Kelly and the rest of the board for having us here. Again, this is a great discussion about some of the volatility and all that. Lane County District 5, Douglas, Coos, and the like, you know, we're pretty much timber dependent counties, as you're well aware. The volatility of what we've suffered in the past and what we continue to suffer is something that unfortunately I'd like to say we're getting used to by default. So I think the volatility of both the temporal and the other selections that we're talking about are not as important to us as perhaps some of the other comments other board members have had about trying to readjust, quote unquote, the lumpiness of our management. I'm just kind of in my mind looking at our Oak Ridge and West Fir areas that we're continually spending dollars and money and thin resources about mitigating wildfire smoke and health habitats for just our humans there, in a way that I would bank that we're probably spending more money as a county doing those mediations and mitigations than we were if we would to take, say, the approach of scenario 3 and aggressively go into the forest and try to swing that imbalance that we're having of managing our forest back into a degree where we have some funds, and like our funds, our timber revenue goes into our general fund, which means we have flexibility of which to use those funds, and B, designate those funds to later usage. So I think that allows us some flexibility. And because, like I said before, we are a timber dependent county and we've ridden those highs and lows, we have the ability to kind of future plan that out. But I think the other thing that is as I think about this is with that sudden or maybe a little bit more influx of money, I think it would be important for us to educate our people better. As Chair Kelly said, you know, some of these folks that may of the public that may get upset and start putting some initiatives together. I think that allows us a chance to really re-educate, having some funds to re-educate our people on really where the story of the spotted owl lied. I mean, let's be frank, it wasn't the reason why forestation was not the reason why they were going extinct. And I think that's going to be a difficult hurdle to climb from the informational base, but at least with those influx of monies that we would have, we would at least have some resources of which to re-educate those people into what that scenario would eventually put us into, which would be a manageable mean of which to have our forests not burn like they're burning and to allow the benefits of carbon sequestration and all those educational and environmental benefits that the timber industry brings to this to be more loudly spoken amongst our public. Because here we're faced with 40 years of doing what we've been doing to get us to the imbalance. I mean, advertisingly speaking, we have a whole new audience of which to put this plan in place in front of versus the old audience that we had 40 years ago. So for Lane County, that's where our position would be. We would obviously favor number 3. And because it comes into our general fund, we could certainly use and bank those monies for other uses in the future. Thank you.
I think we got to remember here that because that really sounded like real conflating of federal policy over the last few decades and the policy policies we've had on state forests. And so it's important to remember that, federal lands take up about 60% of the forests in Oregon and have represented about 12% of the harvest, whereas state lands have been 3% of the forest land in Oregon and 10% of the harvest. So it is night and day in terms of how our state forests have been managed versus the federal forests. And there is a huge imbalance in the state in terms of how we should be managing our forests. But to think that we have a big opportunity here with state forests for cashing in here in the short run, I think that is just not real.
Well, you've made that comment similarly twice about kind of cashing in and a large departure. And Commissioner Tucker, you mentioned about public appetite. I really think it's important to remember, I think we did 226 million board feet just 2 or 3 years ago. Like these volumes are what we've been doing for a long time. That is, I guess, 300 million board feet we haven't done before, but like under alternative 3 is being described, I think if we did 235 million board feet for 30 years, the public wouldn't even see the difference. In fact, there is no difference. That's how we've been managing these forests. So you talk about ballot measures or initiatives. I think all of this needs to be informed by the profound conservation commitments we just made in the context of the HCP. I stand clear-eyed and pure heart in front of the public in all of these management scenarios.
I think what I'm talking about is much more aggressive. If there was to be a much more aggressive move than the numbers that you're talking about. So don't really disagree.
Thank you. Courtney, yes.
I'm just thinking back when the Habitat Conservation Plan was approved, and it was approved under the assumption of 225 million board feet. And a couple years prior, we were at 250 million board feet. And so all of our decision makers were comfortable with that 225 million board feet. And our communities that came to the speaking sessions, I mean, everybody was under that assumption prior to the litmus test that reduced us to the 165, 183 range. And so I think when I'm sitting here today, I just want to make sure that I'm clear about the words that I am speaking. I'm not speaking 400 million board feet. That's not possible for our industry, and that's not possible for our mills right now. And we don't need to flood a market and reduce our log prices. But what we do need, and I can only speak for my county in this moment, what Clatsop County needs is a runway to pivot, and then to not see our industry tank. We need that industry to still be present after we have that runway to pivot. And so that's and I say that because we are 80% forest, and a majority of it is state lands. And so if something lights on fire in Clatsop County, a majority of our forest is state lands. And so we're looking, and I appreciate your truth test on the federal forest conversation, because it is very similar to the sensitivity of Clatsop County to state forest. It's a similar relationship. State forest greatly outweighs, in Clatsop and Tillamook, our private industry. And so just thank you I love the relevancy of the conversation, and I appreciate everyone's words. Thank you.
Very helpful. Thank you, everybody. Others on this? Yes, go ahead, Ben.
Thank you. Digging into this revenue question some more. I may be looking back at ODF and what is our ability to bank revenue? I know we have an FDF, a Forest Development Fund. I don't have any aspirations that money stays there very long when it piles up. So what is this ODF's ability to manage that?
Yeah, so it's actually pretty good, right? So to be perfectly clear, because I think some things kind of get spun up in the media and other environments, other forums. Sometimes it suggests that we don't have a lot of control. We keep a very good eye on the fund, what we call the FDF. And just the funds that are dedicated to operating state forests. We have a very good ability to bank revenue during good times. It never really lasts long enough when we do that. We had a bubble there middle part of last decade that helped us out quite a lot. Of course, it was also under austerity measures, as I will always point out. So we do have the ability to do it. There are drawdowns on, it is part of agency cash. There is no separate fund at Treasury, just so everybody knows that. And so it does get drawn down with agency cash when we have big fires and we're waiting on some kind of reimbursement for that. But that is not permanent, right? It is there. It comes back to us. We are able to use it. If we were to have a windfall, we would certainly take another strategic look and say, how do we come out of austerity measures, or are there specific strategic investments that we want to make, which is what we did last time. We said our inventory is suffering, so we're going to spend this money. But if it were a sufficient windfall, we could certainly bank that.
Jerry, go ahead.
Thank you. Jerry Will, Washington County. I think in contrast to that, Mike, counties don't have the ability to find other sources of income. We live off property taxes. And as we all know, Measure 50 puts a cap. So every year we get a 3% increase, even though inflation is 7 or 8 or 9%. So we are going backwards. Washington County, I've been in commissioner for 6 years now. 5 years consistently, we have had to cut our budget. We have taken $99 million out of our general fund budget. And our general fund is somewhere around 350 to 400 million. So it's a significant reduction. We've had to try and look out on the landscape and minimize the harm, knowing that public safety is top of mind of all of our residents in Washington County and certainly all around. We know that we need to sustain public safety, but it's very, very difficult when we have shrinking revenues. I segue that over to the scenario, the timber scenarios that we're talking about, because it is important, as Courtney indicated, that we have some runway to readjust our services that we can afford to provide, certainly in the county. And so however we can best do that, it would be, I guess, from my standpoint, the preferred way. We cannot at the county level, and I'll speak to Washington County, but I think all the counties are suffering this. We cannot continue to suffer reduced revenues. And we are going to be looking at where else can we do that? Whereas ODF if you would have a nice boom in harvest one year, of course, your cut of that would be able to slide over into a reserve category. We don't have reserves, quite frankly, other than what we're mandated. And the mandate is because we get all of our money, primarily about 90% of our money comes on November 15th when we all pay our property taxes. That has to last us through June 30, and then we have to have a reserve that goes from July 1 to November 15 till we get our next allowance. That's why we have reserves. It's not because we have excess money. So with all of that being said, it is going to be important that we have some longer runway. We can pivot, as Courtney calls it. We can adjust the level of our services and still maintain our county services to be viable. And I think that's the most important thing that we look at when we talk about timber revenues.
Thank you. Thank you. Anything else? We're kind of merging in on the second part of the question as well, so feel free to jump in. Yes, Courtney.
Just point of clarification to actually, I think, answer the question. Yes, we can bank funds. It's discretionary funds. It's general funds. And I've, in the past, Clatsop County, people have discussed Clatsop County's discretionary fund piggy bank being exponentially large. It's because of our remote location, our rural services, but it's also because we are very cautious in our spending because our budgets are much smaller than other counties and much more volatile. And so we are very aggressive in our conservative savings and very, so I want to be very clear that yes, we do have a piggy bank, but our piggy bank is because of our rural, remote, all of those things that we have to be very responsive to while we wait for other types of response or other types of funding. So thank you.
I'm a little afraid to ask this question, but I think I'll ask it anyway because I've been hearing the yes, you can. And I really appreciate this, the needing a longer runway. So the runway provides this opportunity, and you all have been using this word about the predictability, about being able to get out ahead of what you need to use your revenue for. So what you need the services for. Is there any leaning or preference towards consistency over a number of years versus kind of windfall years with banking? Or I don't want to make it an either or. I'm just curious, like when you're thinking about those pathways.
So it goes back to the fact that for Lynn County, the state forest is a small chunk of my total forest piece, and that I have a large chunk of private timber, a much larger federal. And so we are our a volume shift in here is not as big a consequence to me as it is to a Tillamook or to a Clatsop. To those counties, it is stability is much more critical when you've got 70 or 80% of your revenue being tied to that. For me, we're talking about a couple percent revenue. And I think that like 11% of my land is state forest lands. So if that's not stable, that's okay. And during the wildfires, have the ability to manage the contracts with ODF, because our friends at Ferris Lumber, who lost about 70% of their private holdings were lost. They did so much salvage logging, they had to put off contracts. And they're one of your bigger buyers in Lynn and Marion counties. One of our bigger buyers is in fact Ferris Lumber. They had to stop harvesting those things and ask for more time on those even, because if they didn't harvest the salvage, they would have lost all the value to that land. And so the question is going to be answered differently by each of us in our mix, as well as it is a challenge when someone says, for negotiation with my unions, why are you've got this carryover and contingency? Do you have that? And you're unwilling to pay me 15% increase this year in salaries. And so it's political. It is, but it's also a business management. And I come from a very fiscally conservative county. We have no loans. We only borrow money from inside ourselves. We are very, very conservative. Good, bad, or indifferent, but that's how we run. And I'm lucky the feds are now beginning to ramp up. They're talking about a 25% increase in the next year to 2 years. And I don't believe it, yeah, I know. I'm an optimist because one of my biggest sources is talking about an increase. Private timber can't increase anymore. They're running at the maximum they can and they're maximizing their rotation ages. And so it's a very different look when you're in a county that's mixed up like we are.
Thank you. So Courtney, and then coming back to Paul. Yeah.
Just to give you an example, the IPs are very informative for our budget process at the county level. We can see how much money in an IP projection and guesstimate what will happen in our next budget cycle. And so that leads to us not filling potentially positions like this year. So Clatsop County is operating on a shoestring because we recognize that we are facing a budgetary crisis. This is, 3% of our general fund that we're discussing. And so it's understanding that volatility. The IPs are informative. We are aggressive in our conservation of funds. And I think at the end of the day, if we have predictability in the choices made by the Board of Forestry regarding what our next decade looks like and what type of runway we could be potentially provided, I think that would be beneficial for us. And the predictability is in the decision of the FMP because all of our fiscal will look at the FMP, which then translates to the IPs, which will then translate to the AOP. And so I'm just hopeful that it's a large enough runway that we can pivot economically. Because when I first entered 5 years ago as a commissioner, the timber industry was one of the main drivers of economics in our county, along with the hospitals and the schools. That was in my opening packet: timber industry, hospitals, and schools. That was it. And, you have a subset of the fishing industry that has their fluxes and flows. And then, everybody talks about tourism, but tourism doesn't translate to living wage jobs, or at least an abundant level of living wage jobs. And so that was what it was. And now we need to pivot. I mean, I use that because I've been teaching dance for 25 years. So pivot, and I say that to my kids. And so we recognize that we need room to do it.
Thank you. Paul?
Hi, I'm a brand new commissioner, so excuse my ignorance. I'm learning a lot today. I wish my counterpart, Commissioner Scar, could be here. This is her in her wheelhouse. But although I'm a brand new commissioner, I was a county employee, Tillamook County employee by the way, Paul Fournier, Tillamook County Commissioner. I was a county employee for 24 years, so I'm used to the volatility, dealing with layoffs and funding problems. As an employee, now as a commissioner, I'm getting a whole new side of that. Our timber revenues are close to 30% of our general fund money. And to put that in perspective, we are in the midst of bargaining with our largest union, and we did some wage studies, and we're really under market and have been for years. I've been fighting that as a union member when I was a shop steward bargaining. This has been a constant thing. We do have tourism that we lean on heavily. Thank God that we have the ability to do that. But people talk about certainty. What we need is revenue. We've got increased unfunded mandates from the state. They seem to never stop. We're dealing with a circuit court that wants to expand. We're required to fund that. We're required to house that. All these things, we were hoping for some revenue from the governor. That didn't happen. I wasn't part of that. But I think I agree with the runway idea. We are changing. We are changing our models on how we can increase revenue. Most of it's going to be with recreation and ideas like that. And I think that's going to be something that you folks are going to maybe be in the future too. Like if we keep producing timber, the thing about I come from the East Coast. We don't have forests like we do here. But one of the things that I think people need to understand, besides for the fact that the numbers have been consistent for years or even higher, is that these are agriculture. These are farms. I mean, we have the HCP separating those areas. But this is a renewable resource that is farmed. It's no different than when we cleared trees to plant food. These trees sustain us just like corn does or any other crop. These are a crop. And so I think selling that to the public is a little bit easier. I mean, you see, Tillamook County has the largest amount of timberland, of state timber forest. I was just reminded it's 250,000 acres. We have 2 mills. So we are so, this is so important to us. I wish I could speak more eloquently or intelligently about it. I can just tell you that as a county employee for 24 years, we have to stop the volatility. We have a hard enough time with retention and recruitment of people to come to Tillamook. The cost of housing is super high because it's a second home place. We also are, I'm surprised you even have a shoestring, but we're doing slow rolls on hire. We have a lot of vacancies that we're relying for our beginning fund balance that we have to do. So we have asked our departments, the sheriff's office in particular, slow roll on those 6 positions because we need that $1 million to be able to have the beginning fund balance. So these decisions that you guys make really affect these communities. We're at 25,000 people approximately, but we swell up, all of you come down and visit us, and to keep the infrastructure going, to keep the roads, to keep the public safety there, we need help and we need this revenue. It's really that dire. So that's all I have to say.
Really helpful. I think yours, Heath, might be a response or a bit, because I also have David on the screen, but go ahead. And then we're going to hit noon. Yes. Yep.
Thank you.
You've heard it.
I'm sorry, did you call on me? I got misinterpreted there. Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate
Wait,
that.
well, just wait. Can you wait 1 second? I think
It's
he
a
has
pretty-
a quick something on what Paul just said.
It is a pretty quick comment. I have a graphic in front of me that charts harvest volumes over time from 2015 to 2024 and average timber sales sold stumpage prices from 2015 to 24. It's an ODF graphic. And I think it's important to note that stumpage pricing is just as variable as the harvest volumes. And so that is to say, even if ODF were able to produce perfectly even flow, that would not manifest in perfectly even revenues. All you can be assured of is that at any given price, more revenue or more volume means more money for you, right?
One quick something. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for referencing that, Heath. And I just wanted to jump in and make sure everybody understands too, that we plan for a certain level of volume historically. Our timber sale contracts last 3 years. Purchasers have a great deal of discretion on when to harvest during that time. So when we talk about volatility, we have to zoom out a little bit and realize that it's not ever going to be possible for us to hit year after year revenue targets or harvest volume targets. They will fluctuate regardless on a fine time scale. That's just all I wanted to make sure everybody understood. Sorry.
So go ahead, David. Thank you for being patient. Yes.
No worries. Hey, I just want to say thanks for everyone's comments. They're really relevant as far as Lane County goes. For us, predictability and stability, those 2 words that we're throwing around right now, there is really no stability without some degree of predictability. And I wanted to stress that because right now we are predicting in Lane County that we're going to lose our rural sheriff's patrol entirely in next June. And we're trying to bridge fund that until June with some lottery dollars. But our entire timber revenue on our budget scale, we had a slide when we were doing our budget, which I wanted to bring to this meeting, was in 1974, we were at the very low portion of the volatile timber scale, if you will. So if you can picture a scale where everything above 1974 was volatile, but at 1974, when you look at the total timber revenue, state and federal money that Lane County got that year, it's equivalent to $42 million today. All of the volatility was above that amount. So I think when we're talking about predictability and stability is one, the predictable thing that we need as counties is we need a starting point to this plan, a plan that starts, and then the counties will adjust to that because I think that's something we're used to doing. And then we can have some degree of stability by just knowing that we have a plan in place and some revenue coming in, because right now, every bit of revenue matters. And right now, it matters most to my rural people when we're going to lose 2 sheriffs. So just the small amount of money we get from state lands, like we're talking about here, would totally fund a rural patrol in my county. So thank you for the opportunity to share that.
Thank you. And I hope we'll wrap up to this second topic and back to Chair Kelly. Yes.
Yeah, take advantage of the last word opportunity as well. I think we have to really be realistic about what you can expect from ODF in terms of runway. As was mentioned by Heath, you've got the issue of the variability on stumpage prices. As you were mentioning, we've got the issues of, when the actual harvest happens. We have this very complicated formula that goes right down to where the sale is and directs the money to that particular county. And so unless we want to, and I think it would probably be impossible to really renegotiate how that all is done and shared, despite whatever plans we have over the years, things are really going to vary county by county, year by year. It's the nature of the system that we have. So I think expecting more than what we, ODF, can provide in terms of runway, it isn't going to solve it. And I really think that the counties who do essentially handle it, the ODF funds coming in a rainy day fashion, which I think is what you were saying, Courtney, much easier for you guys to solve the runway issue on your own rather than, it would be a huge lift for us to change this whole system and provide predictability, county by county, year by year. And with that, we'll take lunch break and let's get back by 12:35.
And is lunch
Welcome back, everyone. Oh, we'll get started and turn it over to our facilitator.
Thank you, everybody. Welcome back. Thank you again to our audience, both virtually and in the room, for joining us. Thank you to somebody, ODF, somebody provided us lunch today? Who was that?
Good job on lunch late.
Thank you. Lunch was excellent, much appreciated. So we are back now for the afternoon session, and this piece lasts started at 12:30 and we go up until 2:30, but we kind of do wrap up at 2:15. So 12:30, 1:30. Okay, so we're gonna try to give for the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sections, 15 to 20 minutes each. And let me just kind of watch the time for you. You've done a great job this morning in really both sharing your perspectives, listening to each other, asking each other key questions, and we'll just manage as we go. So this first one out of the gate is forest stand ages. And Mike, if you don't mind, I really appreciate you framing these out for us. Thanks again.
Sure, no problem. Okay, so as we will shift a little bit now from harvest and revenue type questions and really start to talk about the forest landscape over time. So just wanting to know what kind of thoughts and concerns that you have about the changes over forest stand age distributions over time, and are any of those, are these outcomes ideal or unacceptable, and what's kind of the rationale behind that, if you have strong feelings on that?
So I think that's me. So when we think about like forest stand age class in terms of greatest permanent value, like when I think about production, habitat, recreation, I'm thinking about it all in GPV. Under that umbrella, I don't separate it. And my fellow board members, we don't separate those things. And I feel like trying to just discuss age class by itself, isolated in a conversation, doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me in response to the umbrella of greatest permanent value. And so, our habitat conservation plan explains the habitat metrics. It both within the HCAs, and also outside of the HCAs, especially in regards to dispersal and other habitat considerations, stream buffers, so on and so forth. And so I think what's important is that we talk about the other key GPV attributes, and less so just identifying specific age classes. We need to talk about like the economics, what's going to be most beneficial in that regard. Talk about the social concerns, both, recreationally, but also the social concerns of the economics. And so, yeah, I just looking at age class distributions over time, I feel like in the part of the conversation, I don't like isolating it. I think that's an evolving situation, and it's going to evolve in a decade. The answer will be different. And it'll evolve the second decade. The answer will also be different. And so I think rather than focusing on that, we just should focus on greatest permanent value of the whole forest, HCAs included.
Go ahead, Brenda. Thank you.
Brenda McComb for the record. Thanks, Courtney, for that. And I agree with you, and I think in one sense, and then but taking it apart a bit, I think the age classes are a convenient surrogate for structural conditions. And each structural condition, which reflects early, mid, late, is habitat for a different group of species. It's a different recreational experience. It's sequestering more or less carbon. I think if we can agree, maybe not, that age classes are a surrogate for those structural conditions, then I think it probably is helpful for some people to think about what contribution each one of those conditions is providing to society.
I mean, I think that leads into the next. Yeah.
It is me. One of the things I wanted, again, I'm learning a lot here. I don't understand, I personally don't understand scenario two, but I also am glad, I feel like I'm not hearing a lot of, that there's a big taste for that here either. Because I know that the industry and the public aren't really interested in 120, 150-year-old trees. One of the things that I know personally, again, Forester Skinner's gonna get mad, I'm gonna refer to Tillamook again, but in Tillamook, we have two mills. They own tens of thousands of their own private timber, and that are on a 40-year rotation, so their mills are already geared to small, so they do take our bigger trees, but they wouldn't be able to take bigger trees. And although maybe if they saw that coming, they have the opportunity to retool, they wouldn't be doing that if their own forest land's still on 40-year rotation. So I think that, at least in our case, which is the largest number of acres in the forest, state forest, I don't think that, and I just learned from that some of the bigger mills that they have to drive the lumber to only want green fir. And so there's a smaller market for that and they're less valuable. So there's a lot of reasons, I think, in our situation, not to go to that modeling. Thanks.
Courtney, yes.
And just a follow up to like the age classifications and to what my fellow commissioner stated. I've been watching ODF for the last 17 years. Yes, I've had a 17-year ODF experience in multiple venues. And I've really enjoyed the 80-year-old age class, but I'm not averse to a younger age class, especially with recent science coming out of Oregon State University in regards to the carbon sequestration equation. And so I agree. Our elk are served in clear cuts. And if you've ever been to Clatsop County, we have a lot of elk. The city of Warrenton doesn't want them in the city, wants them much better up on the hillside in the woods. And so when we think about the needs of the different species, we have our T&E species protected within the HCP, but we have other species that are dependent upon those clear-cut situations. They're dependent on like sorrel, they're dependent on, the songbird leaf trees. They're dependent on a lot of different scenarios. And I think ODF has done an amazing job over the last 2 decades serving the multiple different species of our community and in our county. And I don't foresee our future FMP deviating too much from that wonderful service that they have provided to the species. And I guess when I look at, I agree, 120 or 150 rotations, that I don't, that would be, when I think about it from an industry perspective, and then I think about it from a economic perspective, I don't have, that would be really hard.
I have some, as one of the proponents of the 120-year model, that was the model I asked for. I figured I'd maybe take this time to give a couple thoughts about why, because there's a lot of questions about, why would we do this? Do we even want to grow a forest like that? And I don't know that I'm advocating for us to grow trees like that, but I found it as to be a useful goalpost, just like the NPV model. I don't hear a lot, it is another useful goalpost. And I have some thoughts about carbon related to that goal, that model, which I'll wait for the carbon question on.
Can you go a little further and say why? Why do you think it's a useful goalpost? What's helpful about it?
A number of things. There's a lot of advantages, I think, that you get from older trees. Habitat advantages, volume, and obviously there's cutoffs, and we talked about this earlier about at some point you reach these thresholds in which the value is less. But you get more volume per acre on your larger stands. And you get more room to maneuver. You get more, you have more of options in the future. And so if we look at as these various models move out, depending on what's still growing on the forest, if some future board and group of commissioners felt like they wanted to make a change in management, the more volume you have in your forest, the more options you have to make a change. The younger your forest is, the more constrained you are in sticking with the current management. And the older the forest is, the more you can choose to cut more. There's more there to cut. So we were talking earlier, you were talking about sort of banking and being fiscally conservative and wanting to put money away for the future, wanting to not take on loans. And I think this is an analog with trees versus dollars of being conservative, keeping options open for the future, keeping resources available to harvest at a future date, to monetize in different ways. And whereas when you harvest to a younger and younger age class, there's no room to maneuver anymore. You have to stick with that. Or you have to stop all harvest for a long time to let it grow older again. And because our forests, the state forests, are fairly old, it's not as much of a jump to go slightly older. There's some of my thoughts on that.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Heath?
Yeah, I mean, maybe quickly in response to that, I think it's definitionally true that if 80 years old were the culmination of the mean annual increment, then over the long run, harvesting at 120 years would actually produce less volume. That is to say, you would move past the peak average volumes. And so, but nevertheless, for me, the question is, this HCP was kind of premised on a zoned approach where the HCAs were going to be big blocks that we're going to put together, and we're going to try and focus our habitat investments there and limit management. And then we're going to have another zone, that they've styled as general stewardship acres, and those were going to have more management. And to Brenda, your comment about structural complexity, the question I have to grapple with is how much structural complexity is enough structural complexity, and where do you want it? And to me, when the first human built a structure in a meadow, they displaced the meadow mice that were there. That is to say, humans, by virtue of existing on the landscape, have impacts on species. And the question isn't, are we stressing species? We are merely by our existence. The question is are we stressing them too much? And I think that the Endangered Species Act does a pretty good job of pointing us to the circumstances where we've stressed those species too much. And so in that context, I think the HCP is guiding us toward an answer about how much complexity, structural complexity, is enough structural complexity. The services seem willing to sign off on this management strategy, and we'll find out when we get there in the end. But to the degree that that's true, then for me, these general stewardship acres, we should be trying to realize as much kind of anthropogenic value as we can out of them. And that's, to me, I don't feel compelled to try to increase structural complexity there because it's coming at trade-offs that I don't think produce a lot of the ecological value that we need relative to the economic value we could realize.
If I could just respond. First, excuse me?
Yes.
Yeah. First of all, I think you and I are talking about different things, Heath. Structural complexity can occur in a 5-year-old stand, a 50-year-old stand, a 20-year-old stand, or a 200-year-old stand. It is the complexity of habitat elements, those pieces of the forest that provide niches for a broader suite of species. So I agree with you that we're simplifying things by having this HCP structure where there are HCAs. And in my view, that's the wrong way of going about conserving biodiversity broadly. It's a good way of conserving endangered species that are associated with old forests, but it's not a good way of conserving biodiversity broadly. And so what we're going to end up with, if we go to a short rotation on one part of the landscape in an old forest on the other part of the landscape, we're missing the middle piece, that beyond rotation but not old growth condition that provides habitat for a lot of things, and a lot of people enjoy that. So,
And I may be willing to actually agree with you there, but you can see how in the context of selling an HCP on a zoned approach, where we're going to set aside 50+% of the forest, that now to come back and say in the other zone, now we need to start realizing the rest of those ecological advantages is tough. If we were going to take the approach you suggest, that would sound to me more like a whole forest approach. That is to say, where we might have more management in the HCAs and less management outside the HCAs, but that's not been the structure that this board voted to approve. And so you can see why I would anchor into a little bit of preserving the value and the 50% still available.
So we have just a couple minutes left for this one. Courtney's up, and then I want to see if there are other FTLAs. So,
Yes, thank you. So just in regards to the evolving conversation, when we look at our HCAs, and I don't know if it was by grand design or by mistake, but they put clearly clear cuts within those HCAs. They put multiple aged levels of stands within those HCAs, and they're not all growing they're not all growing as starting at 80 years old. You know, we have the clear cuts, we have 5 years, we have 10, we have 20, and it has provided what I think is a very robust answer to the evolving conversation in front of me, where we have that multi-layered opportunity within just the HCAs themselves. And I can only speak for Clatsop County when I say that, because I am intimately knowledgeable of the areas. But also, like, that's 55% conserved in Clatsop County. And so we only have the opportunity to operate on a very small 45%. It used to be, prior to the HCP, that only 30% of our forest was conserved. And an additional 25 to 30% was added to that mix. And that additional 30% added to the mix was multiple ages. And I used to think that and maybe it was grand design on their part, dusting up those clear cuts within the HCAs. I don't know. I wasn't there, but it has led to this ability to check that box, I think. So that's just my personal, thought.
anybody else, FTLAC members on this one? Okay, all right. Oh, Nick has something.
For the record, this is Nick Palazzotto. Yeah, it was grand design, actually. And some of the rationale there was they were younger, complex stands already. And so they had the potential to be providing complex habitat through time.
I thought Nick said he was going to take credit for it. I missed that part. I thought he almost said that, but he didn't. No. All right. Well, thank you. And thank you on this one. Now we're going to move on to, what's our next one? Harvest age.
Right. So again, basically, are there any big concerns about the average age of trees harvested for final harvest there in the near or the long term associated with any of these scenarios, and any specific risks or benefits associated with the average harvest age? And I think we've already heard a few in terms of the economics of it. And that's still open for folks to comment on, but are there other things as well?
So as I thought about this, is the question that I was asked to look at, and a benefit of scenarios 1 and 3 is that resulting harvest age, anyone would be a little different from what we're seeing today. Harvest age would be long. We're talking about 80-year for a harvest range, and that's compared to a 40 or 60 at private land owners, while still providing a product that is marketable and easily marketable based on the numbers from ODF. And so I was looking at page 21 and 22, or slide 21, 22 on page 9 of the handout. I'm looking at the resulting ages, and it looks like that over time, less than 1% of the state forest base would be harvested. And I get that because I'm saying that half of it's not harvested because it's in the HCA, 80-year rotation. We're talking about only 1% is being harvested. So am I concerned about a clear cut on 1% of the land? And that is when I say I'm not, because I tend to look at the trees as a manageable crop, a harvestable crop, I think it is expected. But when it's my next door neighbor who's now the state forest lands, and it's my property right next to it, with my cabin, my creek, I would probably not like the clear cut. But I think the reality is that the average age in the near term and long term, when I look at 1 and 3, with only harvesting about 1% of the state forest in any given year, I think clear cuts is a very acceptable alternative, and I don't have a concern about the 80-year rotation cycle.
Can I ask a quick follow-up to you to clarify what means a marketable age? You kind of turned it into an interesting phrase. What does that mean to you?
So to me, if I was looking at maximizing my revenue when I had my own little woodlot, I did 2 different things. I had areas around the house that I managed for longer range, and I actually had a heritage oak tree, but I wanted to manage those differently than the rest of my woodlot. The rest of my woodlot, I managed to at a 40-year rotation. And so I look and say, what's marketable? What's marketable in terms of where do I get the most maximum return on my investment? Again, I'm one of those greatest permanent values that places a big value on revenue. I'm looking at a 40 to 60 is a good marketable range for timber. And I think that was the small woodlot training I got years ago, and that's what I ran at.
Thank you for that. Others on this topic? Okay, not to have more.
Well, I would just say, I think it's good to hear that, because I think we run into the same possibility with public opinion that I talk about if we start moving towards shorter rotations on our public land. Yeah, it's just good to hear that. Thank you.
I fear that we may run into issues on the other end of that too. That is, and maybe more likely, we don't get very many protests when we're harvesting 50-year-old stands. We certainly do when we're harvesting 120-year-old stands.
Sure. Yeah, no, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, and I guess I don't view even a 60-year rotation as a young forest or, I mean, so I guess I'm very comfortable with even the net present value rotation, which comes down. I'm simply very comfortable with that and even if you look at the age class distribution after 70 years, yeah, you're going to have more younger forests, but as a percentage of the forest, it's still going to be fairly minor. So I'm very comfortable with an 80 or a 60.
And Courtney, yes.
I just, so last summer, I went to a few retirement parties across the state. My family is very well versed in the forest industry and tree varieties and so on and so forth. And what absolutely blew my mind is that a 100-year-old tree in Eastern Oregon is half the size of a 30-year-old tree in Clatsop County. And so when I look at our trees in Clatsop County, and he says 60-year-old trees, those things are huge. They look like a 200-year-old tree in Eastern Oregon. That 60-year-old tree is humongous. And it's been here, it's maybe a little bit younger than my father. But it's a lot younger than my father. Take that back. I just realized, sorry if Dad ever listens. But anyhow, what I'm saying is like people have perception. And it's perception built on where they grew up. It's a perception built on, did you grow up in Corvallis? Did you grow up in Bend, Oregon? Did you grow up in Southern Oregon? Or Tillamook and Clatsop County? And that perception is when we're talking about an age class, people attach their perception to it. And I'm over here going, sure, cut those things down. They're 60 years old. They're giants. Whereas somebody from Eastern Oregon will say, absolutely not. They're huge. They must be 200 years old. And so there's that age, stage, and perception. And I just circle back when the Department of Forestry is managing our lands, especially in the Tillamook, Clatsop, Columbia County area, that is literally the best soil and the best rain. I mean, we're a rainforest. It's the best of the best in the world. And so when we are looking at can we be profitable off of the best and the best of the world, I really hope so, because that'll alleviate some pressure somewhere else. And that pressure would be somebody else's community who can't grow the trees nearly as well as we can. And so it's that global perspective of like, let's be global when we think about how we can help. And, you know, so I'm not against 60. 80's been great. 120, I don't think that we would have a market for it. I also don't think we would have an industry that could do it, because we would be watching industry close before those trees came of age. So, thank you.
Anybody else on this one? Really helpful. Oh, Mike, go ahead.
Maybe I can spur just one or two other things. Not that I'm looking to prolong things unnecessarily, but any thought about risk associated with time, just additional time on the landscape for those stands? Fire's been a big issue. It's not a huge issue yet in the North Coast, obviously, rainforest, and we do fairly well there, but times are changing. And so just if there's any thoughts on that.
Would just say Tillamook burn. That is at the forefront of every district forester in the North Coast is the Tillamook burn. And what often people who don't visit us very often forget is how very remote we are and how very isolated we are up there. 80% forest, I don't know what percent it is for Tillamook. We are isolated. When I think about Arch Cape, a very beautiful community, or Cannon Beach even, that's probably better because everybody knows where Cannon Beach is. They are isolated. Like the response time for them. And so when we think of forest fire, I think of really tiny communities like Arch Cape, Cannon Beach, Jewel. They're very forested, very remote. And it would be devastating to see that. And the age of 120 to 150, I don't see it socially acceptable to harvest. I think we would be really pushing some buttons if we extended an age class to 120 or 150, especially in well, how well we grow our trees.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. So we're going to move on to the next one, which is native species habitat. This one does have 3 sub-questions. Pardon? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see that hand go up. Good job. Thank you. David, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I should have been there. I'm sorry. Just a couple things to add to Commissioner Banks's point. You know, there's a certain level of marketability and log size that mills are already tooled up for. Just in our county, Sierra Pacific's tooling up $253 million to get log sizes of a little bit more diameter they can process. So if you, on the other side of that too, is you look at also the Biden administration just recently when he first took office was trying to make 80-year-old stands, old growth stands. And to, you know, to Commissioner Will's point, if we're only harvesting 1% of our state lands and, you know, we waffle a little bit on our stand age and it gets to 80 years, who knows what any current administration is going to deem as old growth that would then be off the table entirely. So you know, as was been said before from the Tillamook Commissioner, you know, forestry is a farm-based industry, and I think we should kind of focus our attention there as far as the age goes, and the 60 to 70 year range is probably the most prudent. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for speaking up. So now I think we are ready to move on to the next one, native species habitat. It's got 3 parts. Mike, I'll help frame this one.
Okay, and kind of links into some of the discussion that we had on forest stand ages, but what thoughts or concerns do you have about the overall habitat suitability of the landscape for the covered fish and wildlife species among the scenarios. So that's specifically HCP. And then, should we manage towards the higher or lower end of spotted owl dispersal habitat requirements outside the HCA's? As we saw in the scenarios, the net present value actually runs up against it and it becomes a limiting factor at certain points. And temporally, the others are well above it. And kind of like why or why not, how you feel about management of that dispersal to that dispersal threshold. And then do you have any thoughts or concerns regarding habitat for non-covered species? So the myriad other native wildlife, fish and wildlife species that we are supposed to manage for under GPV as well? Or any of, do you feel like in any given scenario or any types of habitats underrepresented on the landscape?
So question 9 is mine. So all of your scenarios meet the HCP requirements and commitments. I think that that's a good thing. Like, none of us are going to argue with that. I understand that there'd be extra caution at the end of scenario 4 in regards to the model. There was a floor, but the model didn't go below the floor, which I appreciate. I think that was a good thank you for structuring it so that we didn't go under our commitments. I feel like that would be a poor choice. I think it's important to consider whether ODF can do any of the scenarios that are being laid in front of us. I think that can they be implemented is the thought in my head. And then I also think about the owl dispersal habitat conversation. And in December, was it December that we had the meeting in regards to the owl dispersal, the owl habitat of the HCP? We met our habitat commitments already for owls. We overmeet them by over 100,000 acres. I think, and that's just with the HCA's. So I think that that just in regards to have we met that? Yes. I don't think that we need to do more. The HCA's and the HCP obviously have done an abundant amount in regards to our spotted owl conversation. So I will pass the mic to my next friend, whoever.
Sorry about that. Usually I'm loud enough anyway. So again, there's the HCP has there is dispersal requirements for outside the HCA's, and all scenarios meet this requirement. I think ODF would meet the requirement in the HCP, and meeting the HCP commitments is key to maintaining certainty for long-term management of the state forests. It's clear from the model results that scenarios 1 and 3 provide much more dispersal habitat than the commitment to the HCP. And I thought I saw that on the graphs as well, that the minimum the standard was set, and we are well above that in our dispersal areas of the HCA's and outside. So I think we're well above it, but again, hope I understood the question.
Somebody else have the third one? Oh, the microphone back up. Phone.
Yep.
I'm like Commissioner Willie, though I'm usually pretty loud. We didn't really get any detailed information
about habitat for non-covered species. So I think that it appears to us that perhaps non-covered species, if we are following greatest permanent value and all of the habitat for the covered species, that maybe we can meet that mark. Does that make some sense, Mike?
It does. It does. And I think this really kind of goes back to looking at the forest stand age distributions a little bit and just saying, thinking about, if Searle, using the word Searle stage is always loaded, but when we think about the older Searle stage being well represented in HCA's over time, in terms of the rest of the landscape, what is that habitat? And it's not habitat, but there's different habitats in those classes, right? Early, mid, is there anything that you feel is underrepresented in that?
I don't know if underrepresented is quite the right word, but on the landscape, I see industry leaning away from clear cuts. And historically speaking, a clear cut represented in previous history what would happen if a wildfire traveled through. And so when we have areas like Clatsop County or Tillamook County who haven't seen abundant wildfire, I think it's really important that we have those clear spaces for elk, deer, whatever else is needed for meadow type grazing, because we are really limited. Like we can't convert our forest into meadow type grazing really any other way for these animals. And they're not threatened or endangered. I understand that, but they still have, like, they are native to our area and they deserve the same, the same consideration as our songbirds get when we leave leaf trees. So, or dead snags, I should say. So they deserve that same consideration that our songbirds have, just in regards to, and I feel like, again, ODF's done a great job in past history in regards to providing that habitat space. And it is a habitat space for a non-endangered species. Other things are well served in the HCAs. And so I think sticking younger than the HCAs is a good idea. So.
I'd just like to add to that real quick. Not only are they just as important as songbirds, but they're also important to the economy of these counties with recreational opportunities and everything else. So I just wanted to say that that's another, keeping those animals healthy and giving them a range to move around. It has an economic greater permanent value, adds to the greater permanent value of the land as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, go.
Excuse me. I'd like to circle back on the spotted owl dispersal habitat requirements. I guess I'd be very comfortable on the lower end of that dispersal requirement, and this is why. And correct me if I'm wrong here, Mike, if I say something incorrect. They'll be monitoring that, this is strategic planning. This modeling is kind of strategic planning, looking out. There'll be tactical decisions being made through time, right? So we're going to be monitoring. That's right, Nick. I mean, we'll be monitoring to make sure that we have, just because we're at the lower end of the dispersal habitat, we're still monitoring. We're not going to let ourselves go below that because that would risk the HCP, right? So if a catastrophe, something happened that changed that, so let's say a big wildfire, the HCP would have to be modified, correct? I mean, that's fair to say if something major happened, or I guess I just want to make sure we paint a picture. We start thinking about, we're right on the edge of something. Well, not really. You're going to be monitoring that through time. You're not going to let yourself fall below that. If I'm saying something wrong here, Nick, correct me. But so I think it's just important to understand that we don't get this idea that, well, this scenario, we're just really, riding a fine line and we won't have any options. I mean, it's important to understand that monitoring will be taking place. Anyway.
And along that same line, in looking at the Habitat Conservation Plan, one of the versions I was passed had edits from the services. And the services actually felt like we had done a tremendous job of establishing larger than necessary HCA's. In fact, there was not warnings, but there were comments in there about this is substantially larger than it needed to be. And so I think we've met the obligation, but we've exceeded the obligation.
Really helpful. Any others on these?
Yeah, I mean, there's kind of two ways to look at that, like on the edge too. It's possible, and I wasn't in the room, but it's possible that that 40% number was established not as this is the minimum threshold that's needed every day, but this is a good number to target if you want that outcome that the owls want, right? Or that they need. I'd be curious about how that conversation was approached, but like you, Commissioner, in my review of those comments, I didn't get the sense that there was concern that we may suddenly end up in a deficit of dispersal habitat.
Yeah, this is Nick Palazzotto for the record. Yeah, I think you guys, both your comments are correct. And there wasn't a concern. The reason I'm hesitant is I'm trying to remember what we said, how it plays out if there were a large fire, such that we dipped below. So we could pretty easily tactically track and make sure we never dip. A big catastrophic fire would send us into a place of uncertainty. I think what we said was we would look across, that we would hold off harvest in the area that's deficient while we look and then point to somewhere else, as, you know, basically we go harvest somewhere else, kind of sit on that. So there's a little bit of a risk there, but you're assuming a large catastrophic fire in that landscape.
Courtney, yes.
And just for fellow commissioners, a reminder, when we were discussing the HCP years ago, we questioned whether or not there was enough built into, like, we questioned the amount of things conserved. And there was enough built into the conservation HCA's to take care of the Columbus Day storm. And so that was catastrophic. That was humongous. That was, like, people still talk about it. It was the 1940s, 50s. It was a long time ago. And so sorry.
Some of us were born then, so let's be careful how far back we go. It wasn't 1919 or anything like that, so please.
1960s.
It was 60s, yes.
1960 came out of Joe and yes, Will, so.
Sorry, guys. But anyhow, enough was built into the plan already to account for that before they ever would have to go through the iterative process to conserve more. So anyhow, I just wanted to remind.
I promise I'm listening well, but I was thinking about the old growth when we were talking about how old things were. We're just not going to go there. Yes.
Can I jump in for just?
Jump in and then
Can I
I want to
jump
go
in
to
for
Liz
just a minute?
next. Yes.
Yeah, and just to be clear about that specific provision and the foreseen versus unforeseen circumstances, we use that average to come up with that, and it's really more just a timing thing for the, I believe, 10-year period. After such a disturbance would happen, we would look for areas where we could defer harvest for 10 years in that general area to allow for some place for those species to go, but then there's no permanent change, then we can go back and harvest it. So it's sort of a temporary reprieve, and actually above that level that we estimated, there's no additional ask from us that gets into the realm of unforeseen circumstances, just because we are looking at such a long period of averaging that catastrophic effect.
Important clarification. Thank you for that, Mike. And Liz, your thoughts?
And so I just was going to just confirm what I thought I heard a few years ago and what you heard, Courtney, is that we had asked about these big catastrophic events and y'all were saying that, yes, that could be worked through. And that was then again, another advantage of pursuing this HCP, a benefit to doing that. So I just want to confirm what I heard.
Thank you for that. Any others on this topic, native species habitat? Okay. We're gonna move on to the next one then, which is carbon storage.
Okay, so obviously all the scenarios are positive for the forest carbon storage aspect, and that's largely due to the HCA's. What thoughts do you have about the relative outcomes for the general stewardship areas of the landscape? And is there a specific amount of or trend in forest carbon storage that is important to you, and why?
Okay, this is for the new guy. I'm actually going to quote Commissioner Banks at our last meeting because she said something that I've always thought about, but, and I think it's lost when we have these discussions, is the state forest is one forest. It's not an HCA and a harvest forest. It's one forest. And so when we're looking at carbon sequestrations or any of these things we're talking about, the reason we separated that was we get my opinion, that the harvest side gets the benefit from the HCA side because that's the whole reason we created it. So I noticed that on the graphs during the meeting, we had asked ODF to not separate HCA's from the carbon banks of the other ones, carbon storage of the other ones, and they said they took it down, but they left it separate. It should be included. We get to benefit, not we. The harvest lands get to benefit from the HCA's. That was the whole point. So that's something that's very important to me. I feel like that's lost all the time, is the two major guiding policies, the HCP and the FMP, are applicable across the whole forest and all lands in general. Greatest permanent value is also applicable to all of the lands and all of the state forest. And the law lists multiple facets of GPV. It makes sense that the application will result in different outcomes in different locations. That means, of course, you're going to have better carbon storage in the HCA. That's what it was designed for, so that we could continue to harvest this crop in the other parts of the forest. So I think that that's important, and to remember every time we're talking about this. I used to work for a newspaper. It's real easy to parse out statistics and make it look good. But if you're looking at carbon sequestration or storage of the state forest, it is the state forest. And I think that gets lost, and that bothers me a little bit. I'll read my script here. That said, I think the stability of forest carbon storage is even the possible increase of storage in most of the scenarios on general stewardship lands shows that ODF can achieve the harvest levels without compromising forest carbon. And, you know, I'm new to this, but one of the things I was up in the forest with one of Kate's employees, and showing us around, and I noticed the big piles of biomass that were just going to be burned up. And then I learned about biochar, which is something that U.S. Forest Service has looked at. So there are technologies that are getting better. They're not really profitable yet because, again, the distances that we have to travel from our forests, and they're steep. But there are machines that turn that forest waste into carbon storage. And so as technology gets better, we need to keep up with that as well. Anyways, that's all I have on that.
Courtney? Well, and I will say, just as a follow-up, I was frustrated with the graphing and the tables because they separated the HCA's out from the rest of the forest. And so it was asking us to look at the other side of the forest. And for me, I get continually frustrated because we made this giant environmental commitment. And it is our environmental commitment from the entire state forest. And so trying to parse out conversations and separate the two pieces is really frustrating. And so because the perks of the HCP, the positives of the HCP need to be part of the graph, like the age classes graph. The HCP and the HCA's need to be part of those graphs. And of the carbon, I mean, so he just spoke to, and I'm just repeating my frustration because all of our graphs should be the whole forest, not two separate conversations. That's just personal opinion, because it is a whole forest. It's not, like our ODF staff is addressing the whole forest. So that's just, sorry, it was a personal.
I'm in for because I remember that conversation. And I know that we didn't change these graphs and we kept looking at them. And the reason is actually like so dumb. the person who has the original data for the graphs is on leave. It's like that simple, right? And I said at the time, I agree with you, the question, we should be looking at the forest as a whole when we're thinking about carbon, right? We definitely are. What we were trying to show here was, yeah, under any of these scenarios, we're a sink, right? Because of the HCAs. But the questions before you guys today were around, okay, so then for the rest of the landscape, under these different scenarios, here are the carbon outcomes. And it may be that you're saying, we're already a sink. I don't care about the rest of the landscape. Somebody else might have a different opinion. So that was, that's framed this way, just so you can just look at that part of the landscape for that very specific question. Overall, completely agree. Forest as a whole is what we're managing. Forest as a whole appears to be a sink. So that we are storing carbon rather, we are storing more carbon than we're releasing through time. Yeah. Sorry, thanks.
So I think about carbon a lot in forests, and I'm gonna go out on a limb here and bring up a topic that's, I know, highly controversial, but I think it's important to talk about at least. And one of the other reasons I was interested in the 120-year model was it gives us the ability to ask the question about carbon funding and about selling the carbon credits on this forest. And I'm not suggesting that we do that. I'm suggesting that it's worth asking the question. And this shows the delta. And we are in a moment right now where we actually have the ability to make choices. And as soon as we make a choice, then that opportunity to sell that additionality goes away. And so this is the time to ask the question. And again, I'm not suggesting we do it, but I think it's worth asking because there are tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars on the table. I'm not suggesting that it's not going to save the world. It's not going to make large differences globally. But if this is one additional way to generate revenue on this forest, I think it's worth asking the question. And so for me, adding more carbon to the forest, I think, is always a good thing. How do we do that? And I think if you look on page 29 of the report, there is a graph showing it all smashed together. And all four scenarios are additive. And there's some variation there. And I think figure 17, that's in everything.
He's talking about the next slide where everything is put together with harvested wood products. That's the total.
Figure 17 on page 29 is what I'm looking at in the report, not the presentation. Sorry. In the big reports. Yeah, please.
Correct.
In addition to.
Yeah, so in the report, figure 17 includes both the HCAs as well as the general stewardship areas. It's correct, the whole forest. Figure 18 is the one that's broken apart.
So anyway, just to wrap up, I just wanted to sort of put that out there, and there's lots of money available, and it seems to me worth asking the question, what would somebody be willing to pay? And how close does that get to the value of the harvest? I don't know. I don't think any of us here know that answer. And I know we don't know the answer right now, but that's some of my thoughts around carbon and this. I see a lot of hands going up, so.
Okay, all right. So just my question is, and I don't understand carbon markets. I have very little knowledge of carbon markets, and I know they're a little bit wild westy in what's going around. But I also, when I got a chance to go out and look at some burns and catastrophic events on the landscape, and part of what I saw was some landscape that was being considered for the carbon markets, and that was now gone. So my question is, in this fluctuating, very dynamic world of carbon markets, how are, and this is just a rhetorical question, how are we all going to be looking at changing landscapes with wildfires and even patterns of repeated wildfires across the landscapes that in this, you know, climate change that we're talking about is longer, repeated, more frequent, and whatever. So I don't know if that question has really been answered. I really don't think it is. I think it's an early question, but it's something that I think about when we're trying to do the longer commitments on the carbon markets, and then what kind of fire frequency we have. How we're kind of battling the natural fire regime when we talk about carbon markets. You know, we have a desire to have a carbon market, but if our, fire on the landscape is, every 20, 30 years, what does that do? So, but again, I don't know a lot about the carbon markets, and I don't know how they're looking at it. So that's a question, a rhetorical question out there.
I can partially answer your rhetorical question. So it's handled on a project by project basis, right? You have a certain area defined and you do that. There are different protocols for dealing with it, but I think one largely is project area selection. And so, of course, you would want to pick something that isn't terribly risky. And if you look at the North Coast currently, and you look at a time horizon for a carbon project that's maybe 40 years, you're probably in a pretty good spot, even with climate change. However, with the different protocols and everything that they have, there's a risk, there's sort of a buffer built into the accounting of it that if you lose it, and they do this largely across all the carbon projects that they're managing. So if they lose one, they're able to account for that financially and so forth. So there's mechanisms in place. You are right about one thing for sure. The market right now, and we talk about the market, we're not just talking about exchanges, we're talking about different ways of brokering individual projects. It's quite fluid, that is for sure. And one thing that we would do is that we're looking into is putting out a request for information on like what kind of potential is there. And we have some ranges here that we can look at to say what kind of potential there is. I'll be really clear with everybody up front. The price of carbon is not going to compete with the price of timber. Okay, that ain't going to happen. And these things have to work for all of us financially as well. But to the extent that there is something in there that we ultimately decide, hey, we want to go with this kind of a management regime. And also that ends up having some kind of additionality. And that's what we're trying to put out the RFI for, is like, how would we examine that question? Then there could be a project there could be money there that is in addition to harvest money, and that would be good for both ODF and counties. So just, that's a little bit of what's kind of going on, but yeah, I agree. It's not the clearest sight picture.
Heath and Courtney.
So I just want to address the carbon banking. One of the things I did when I first got elected was I looked into that as a possibility, and I actually went to Forestry. Here's something that I found, and if I'm wrong, please tell me, but my research said that at least the carbon markets that I went to, they won't only do it on property that you can cut. So it has to be a choice of making a bank. So basically the HCA would work as a carbon bank because you can't, the harvest land would work. But that means you're cutting off the harvest and the benefit of the carbon. So you're not getting any carbon banking money for the areas that we already can't cut. So like, that's one of the things that is to be considered is you're basically taking away more harvest land for the idea of carbon banking. We don't get to use the HCA areas for it. So I just want to make sure that I made that point.
Clarifying follow-up to that? Absolutely. And I think a carbon project could be anything from A to Z. And just looking at this graph, you know, you see the purple, the green, the orange, the blue lines. Obviously, the most money is between purple and blue. But let's say you did let's say we all decided that we like scenario 3, just for argument's sake. Well, we legally could harvest scenario 4. The delta between 3 and 4 could be monetized.
Absolutely.
And so I think that's where I'm getting at, is that, you know, until we know more, these models are a beginning point to ask those questions. It could be any range that we all chose.
I would agree. I think there's a benefit to getting carbon storage money in the 80 years we're growing trees. See, we agree.
Just because we're talking about it, I'm going to do a plug that there's full copies of the report over on the table if you want one for prosperity's sake. And Mike was showing me figure 18 also kind of expands it out a little bit if you're kind of looking to understand the delta. There's a little more in there, which helps. So thank you. Keith, yes.
So 2 comments. I think we've stepped into a potential other social issue that might raise a lot of emotions. Folks have emotions in regards and reactions in regards to potentially selling anything that is what they see as theirs. And so, so I understand the carbon conversation, but I don't think the entirety of the state of Oregon and everybody who lives in it understands selling Oregon's trees to somebody else other than our own residents and our own people. And so there's a potential social narrative there that might turn into a conflagration that we don't want. So I am just saying that though those of us in this room understand the carbon selling conversation, it doesn't mean the entirety of the state of Oregon does. And they are very averse to selling their lands to other countries or to other entities. They're very adverse to it. And so I'm just putting that out there as a little, tiptoe through the tulips moment for all of us. If we're going to broach this conversation, it needs to be very well structured conversation that is very empathetic and sympathetic and educational for everyone in the state of Oregon. Because I know my initial reaction is always, oh, because I very much agree with Heath that if it's a side gig to your business and making sure that your business can make a little extra money on the side, great, but it shouldn't be the business model. And then on my question for I think it might be for Todd, is what calculations did you use? Did you use Oregon State University's newest research study, or did you use some other information to calculate carbon?
So the two parts there, the carbon in the trees, those estimates come out of the growth model. We use the forest vegetation simulator. And so the carbon estimates for the carbon above and below ground in the forest come directly out of that. Not really sure what the OSU paper used specifically. I can't remember if they used FVS or another model there. The second part is the harvested wood products, and those estimates came out of those estimates used work that was it was presented to the board a number of years ago. Forget the title of that. If either of you guys remember it.
The Oregon Harvested Wood Products Carbon Inventory.
Yeah. There's probably a reference in there.
Footnote 3, right down here on the report.
Perfect. Yeah. So we used that report as the basis for the calculation in the harvested wood product.
I guess it was the best available science curiosity question. You used Oregon State for a question that Mr. Curtis asked, and I was just curious if that was the newest best available science or not.
Yeah, I mean the nature and the eventual outcome related to harvested wood products and carbon, I think, is an evolving question. Difficult to understand. Depends a lot on the products and the ultimate end use associated with those.
So I sometimes wonder why we go round and around about something that's really not on the table. I haven't heard anybody on this board really thinking that carbon should be the decision maker on where we're going to go forward with our plan with our state forests. And certainly, on the other hand, once we do have a plan, if it's additive, we would be remiss. It would be our responsibility to all of you and to the taxpayers of Oregon not to, if it was could be money on the table, to not go for that. But I haven't heard anything differently in terms of how we should be making our decision.
Okay.
Well, I
Should we
mean,
keep
like,
going? Yes.
So the next question.
wait, if I may just respond very quickly, I would say it's not usually so binary. The way this will come up in conversation and has come up in conversation is that the promises of those carbon revenues makes a lower harvest volume decision easier. That is to say, it marginally greases the skids to an outcome that people might otherwise want. And so I just want to be careful about that. That is to say, I don't think that those carbon revenues should substantiate an otherwise costly decision.
I'm just talking about the conversation we're having here and now, and not something, among some other groups or at other times.
So Chair Kelly, I apologize, but I'm going to continue with that next question, which is also a little bit off of the decision in front of us, which is there a amount of or trend in forest carbon storage that's important to you and why? And you've heard me over the years talk about a couple of these. I think of forest carbon as only one part of the carbon chain. The other parts, the lumber, the construction material it makes, but more importantly is when it offsets higher energy and carbon demands like steel and concrete and to make things. The last time I spoke on this topic, I talked about my last house I built where my painted trim boards came from Colombia. And that was the cheapest material I could buy to trim out my house in the place where it wasn't a stained finish, was from Colombia. Now we're talking about Russia moving lumber through Vietnam to get it into the United States market. And I was worried then about the forest in South America being denuded and not having the same rules that you have helped have happen in Oregon. The Board of Forestry, your rules of reforestation are worldwide leaders. I think and worry about as we look at these issues, that if we don't think about total carbon usage in the world if we don't think about what the requirements are to reforest, we're being very narrow-minded. So as you think about this, I need us to manage and grow trees in America, process them here and sell them here. But I also want to make sure we think about always the sequestered carbons in all these houses that last for hundreds of years.
Thank you. On this one? Okay, so we're going on to standing inventory. All right.
Okay, last one.
It is.
So this starts out with a bit of a, just kind of understand here that the standing inventory at any given period of time provides a different decision space, right? If you have already harvested a lot of your inventory and you have very low standing inventory, obviously you can't increase harvest much. If you've retained a lot of inventory, then perhaps you can, cut into that, right? And I think, it's most apparent in the out years of the net present value scenario. That's kind of like, okay, once you've exhausted a certain amount of inventory, you're kind of there. But I think there's also that discrepancy that you can look at, or that difference that you can look at between the maximize volume scenario and the very even flow scenario, the scenario one. And you can see that in that scenario one, you're retaining a little bit of extra standing inventory over time because you can't ever decline. Since you can't take that loss, you got to maintain a little bit. And there's kind of space in there too. So just curious, thinking about that, what your thoughts or concerns on that standing inventory at the end of the model scenarios or at the end of the permit term. Because we didn't talk about it a lot today. Just for logistical reasons, the model assumes that the HCP is in place, throughout the whole model run. But obviously, at the end of the permit term, there's going to be another major decision space, and there's going to be a lot of little decision space along the way. So just like to get your thoughts about those things.
Thank you, Mike. That, I guess, for my own personal understanding, making sure the permit term is the 70-year HCP, right? Okay. And the scenarios here are on shorter evaluation segments, right? So, I guess where I'm going with that is that scenario 4 doesn't have the same requirements as the other three, as having maintaining an inventory level. So, am I understanding that correctly?
Okay, correct. Yes. So all of them are modeled for the time horizon, 150 years, of course. And then, they all have a 70-year demarcation in there.
Okay. All right.
But you're correct, right? So the net present value, simply because of the way it was driven, it's not driven on having any kind of standing inventory, which is why there's a little tail at the end of those runs, at the end of the net present value run, that you should kind of ignore, because the model just goes and eats everything else that it can. Okay. It would actually be flatter than that. But yeah, that, and also the long rotations did not have an inventory constraint at the end, because just the nature of the, it's just going to increase just because of the nature of the rotation age. So it was only scenarios 1 and 3 that had that ending inventory constraint.
Right. Okay. That was my understanding. So what my notes here say, ODF reports that maintaining inventory in the long term is important for maintaining management options and long-term sustainability. I think it's a good insight. It's clear that scenario 3 maintains decision space for the future. And I guess I was looking at these scenarios a little bit in shorter time bites. So we always have the opportunity to look back and say, did that work? Was that a good decision? Do we need to make some adjustments? And to your point, Joe, I think where you were using it for the habitat dispersal part of it, we'd have the same thing for maintaining inventory. If we saw some things going in a wrong direction, we could make a little course correction so that we didn't go off the cliff, or both ways, go off the cliff and not have any or have too much. So I guess that was my perception of what was talked about here.
Thank you, Jerry. Courtney, yes.
I lean closer to 4, for similar reasons, actually. Mainly, it would just give us a higher revenue stream and a longer runway for us. But with that constant iterative, this is a short-term decision. It's FMPs every 10 years. And so in 10 years, in a decade, we can look back and say, did it work? And at any point in time, pivot possibly to 3 or do a marriage between 3 and 4. I personally don't like how it tanks in Clatsop County in scenario 3, just because it does. It tanks pretty hard after 2 decades in Clatsop County. And it worries me for the future outlook of industry in a remote area. And looking at Tillamook County and looking at Washington County and looking at Columbia County, I don't see scenario 4 being too harmful. I think they have the same perks that Clatsop County would have out of scenario 4. But I'm also saying scenario 4 at 400 million board feet is not logical. And so I feel like there could be a marriage between 2 scenarios with a better outlook for everyone. I don't want us to sit here today and say we must do one scenario and one scenario only. I feel like that this is an iterative process, and us sharing with you that we would love the runway, and us sharing with you that our government and our community and our social services need a runway. And our economics need it too, because we all know you can't pivot to new economic industries in 365 days. It's just, we're trying, but we're just not that fast. So that's my thoughts.
Thank you. Yes, Brett, Joe, and then.
I'm assuming, Mike, Nick, Todd, that all scenarios we're growing inventory because the HCAs are harvesting, right? So like just over the permanent term, every scenario is creating more inventory on state forests at the end of the permanent term, right? And then, I mean, you kind of thought at some point this thing is 70 years, right? Big decision. I mean, I know that's a long ways away. I mean, it's hard to think about that really, but I think it's just important to actually think about that, is that as you think about, okay, we're going to pull down inventory and that scares us, but at the end of the permanent term, who knows what the future might hold, but there will be more inventory on state forests. So anyway, I just want to make sure everybody's following that.
So how does the 30-year window that we have to harvest some of the HCAs, and that stops at 30 years, how does that then, we continue to grow inventory at that point in time because we can't harvest in the HCAs? Is that where we're going with this?
So in the first, is it 30 years? The first 30 years, there's a requirement. Basically, you're doing kind of restoration harvest. It's for habitat, right? Anything happening in the HCAs, any harvesting that's happening in HCAs is to create habitat to benefit. It's all about, the habitat for the protected species, listed species. So, and that ends, right, in the HCP, that there's a period that harvesting is scheduled to be done. And in fact, it's assumed that it's done, right? It's part of the kind of the deal, right, with the services, right?
That 30 years doesn't start until federal services has approved it, correct? Okay, so after the federal approval, then we still have an additional 30 years because we're operating under it right now. So that's why I asked.
Yeah, where we're at right now is what we're implementing in HCAs is compliant with the types of things that we would be doing. But yes, the clock does not start in terms of the acres limit that we're supposed to achieve until we have the HCP.
You could do more now then, couldn't you?
We can, yeah, our primary limit, some of our limiting factors around that right now actually have to do with this current state of survey of habitat as well, I believe, but Nick can provide a little bit more detail on that.
No, that was basically it. It's a lack of survey coverage has been the main hindrance over the last year or two of planning. I had something in response to Commissioner Willie. What was it? Oh, yeah. So we're doing that management over 30 years, then the whole forest is sitting there for the next 40. So at 70 years, you have about 270,000 acres that haven't been managed, in 40 to 70 years. You've got all that volume.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought Joe was saying, but I just wanted to make sure I understood that. So thank you.
You have a quick follow-up?
It was just in regards to our owl circles in Clatsop County. They've been surveyed, they're empty. We could do more, I guess, at least there. That's all I'm gonna put out there.
So I was going to make a similar point to Joe, but figure 9 kind of I wasn't very excited about it only because I think it too should have also included the inventory in the HCA's. Here, these are just the general stewardship inventories. And the reason I say that is that, again, at 70 years, you've got a choice to make. And also at 150 years, I can see a circumstance where you would say, if we are confined to managing the general stewardship acres and you want to have a particular inventory to give you management options going forward, that would be the relevant denominator. But here, it's true that we're going to be able to manage, at least ostensibly, all of those acres at that point. And maybe we would take a Brenda approach where you have, less management outside the former HCA's and more management inside of the HCA's. But to the degree that that's true, I think that you should couple both of those together. And if you did, I think you would find two things. One, that the delta between these options appears much smaller, relatively speaking. And two, I think you would find that even under option 4, it's possible that you would have increasing inventory forest-wide. So to the degree you are interested in preserving options going forward, and that's your objective for purposes of a total standing inventory metric, I think it makes sense to couple the HCA's and the general stewardship areas together. And I think that all of these would satisfy the objectives we're trying to meet.
Thank you, Heath. Thank you. Others? Anybody else on the standing inventory topic? Okay, great. I think that was the last one, wasn't it?
That was the last one.
Operation. FDLEC, much appreciated. That was a lot of pre-effort. So, yes. Is there anything else, just generally, anything else you'd like to say before we head to summary? Yes.
I would just like to thank Chair Kelly, the board, the staff for putting up with us today, for for sharing this opportunity. This is a great conversation, and we certainly, as Council of Forest Trust Land County representatives, appreciate it immensely. Our goal, of course, is ensuring that the state forests provide greatest permanent value. And I think that we all join in that same thought. I would also like to thank your staff for providing us all the information that they have provided us. This is the detail is overwhelming, huh? Those of us who are, I'm a sheep farmer, not a forester. So this is always an education and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We really appreciate it. It has been a lot of work, but certainly appreciate everybody's time here. I mean, this has been, we've carved out quite a chunk of time for this, not only today, but FTLAC and other back and forth. Really want to give a shout out to Mike Buffo for his involvement with our technical staff as well to make sure that this was a good product. So yeah, appreciate everybody carving out the time for this.
I thought you were going to thank Mike for his contributions today.
It's always that. Yes. Liz wants to say.
Yeah.
Liz, go ahead.
Okay. So I just found this day very informative, and I've just been so impressed by you all. And I think Deborah and, Mike, Nick, all the work that you did with the commissioners was great. And the phrase that comes to my mind is greater than the sum of the parts. And I think that is, as a facilitator, as a leader, you always strive to have that level of conversation rise And I just was so pleased and impressed by how you took on each question, how you did the deep dive, whether you thought you were ready for it or not, you did it. And that I think just greater than the sum of the parts is what I come away with.
I want to present one idea or something for you all to be thinking about. And some of you may remember we've had a rather contentious relationship in the past. But going forward, and one of the things that happened, I mean, hopefully out of all of this process, we all end up pretty satisfied and that you all have what feels like a really solid commitment going forward in terms of harvest levels and all of that. And one of the things that I think has been part of our dysfunctional past is that when ODF has gone out and sought other forms of income, i.e. recreation dollars, which are what? Last time I heard a few years ago, 4 million a year that we spend on recreation. That you guys either oppose or were not supportive because you wanted to keep the pressure up on harvest. Made sense. But it was, still shooting all of ourselves in the foot in a certain way because I think we could make good arguments to try to improve the recreation opportunities and get money from the state. So I'm not asking for any commitments, but I'm asking to think about how we can work better around particularly recreation and any other potential ways that ODF can financially benefit in the future. So that was something to think about. And otherwise, yeah, on behalf of the board, it was just a great conversation. I look forward to it, and I'm very happy with how it's gone. So thank you all.
And thank you for lunch too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just have one thing. Sorry, Jim. I just have one thing. Thanks the commissioners that come. I think it's been great, great discussion. The best discussion I've had, I think, in the whole process, quite frankly. And how many, 7 years? I mean, but and thanks staff for. I know it's a huge lift. I personally know the work that you guys have done, and thank you for all that work. But I do have. I want to just circle back on one thing that concerns me, and Heath brought it up, related to harvest and HCAs, the harvest and HCAs, and we talked about the challenges we may run into related to that. And I completely appreciate that could be challenging, right? I mean, and Mike, you spoke to it a little bit. Will we have, maybe you guys are already planning this, but are we going to have a performance measure related to that harvest and HCAs? Is that something, and I'm kind of hitting you with this kind of off the cuff, but it may be important to have something related to that because of it may be difficult. Maybe I don't know. I'm just kind of broadly thinking here that may be a good idea. And maybe you thought of this already, but.
Yeah, we certainly will have that. So it's almost built in because it'll be a part of the HCP monitoring and reporting based on how many acres of what kind of treatments that we did each year. Yeah. In the HCS, yes.
Well, it's twofold. I was just going to piggyback what was just stated. Have you considered what is going to happen if those thinning sales, say, don't sell because the entity that would be purchasing it can't make any money?
Specifically, I don't think any more than we would any other thinning sale that we would put up. But we'll have to see what happens when we do it. They are going to be interesting in that they're not going to be traditional thinnings, commercial type thinnings purely for growth. They're going to be what they are going to be are variable retention harvests. So you're going to have thinned areas, you're going to have patch cuts, you're going to have these types of things, pretty specialized silviculture, if you will, in order to meet those habitat objectives. But when we look at sale design, we always try to put things together, package them so that they do sell. And just because an operation, part of an operation is inside of an HCA doesn't mean that part of it can't be outside of an HCA as well, to, make it more attractive if it is something that doesn't look like it's favorable for auction. As a matter of fact, I think we've got a couple units right now that actually bridge the divide between. And on the outside, they're a modified clear cut, and on the inside, they are a partial cut.
And then just, to Chair Kelly's statement, I support anything that is going to make additional money for the counties within reason. Sadly, in my experience, recreation is just a happy byproduct of harvest. I think of Northrop Horse Camp. That is a beautiful, happy byproduct of a neighboring harvest. I think of the stream restoration nearby, a happy byproduct of the wonderful harvest that happened next door. And so, I mean, if there is a giant pot of gold somewhere, I'm all for it. If we need to start mining for gold, for it also. I just, it's whatever we can do to help ourselves fiscally as a entity that is sharing funding. I am for it within reason. So I think that budgetarily speaking, there are ways that the department could possibly help themselves. I think of South Fork, and that's also in my district, not my district, but in my county. I think of other activities that could potentially alleviate budgetary issues for ODF. The only thing that can alleviate budgetary issues for us counties, though, is a runway. And so I think my final hurrah is that ask to provide us space to move so that we can reallocate our living wage jobs that we are going to need to over the next couple decades. Because forest industry for Clatsop County is one of our primary living wage jobs. Then we have hospitals, then we have schools. We really don't have, we have a robust tourism industry, but it doesn't provide the same level of living wage to our families. And so, yes, I'm all for more recreation, but I also want to really try to seek living wage jobs or retain as many living wage jobs as we possibly can. Thank you.
Any other final comments? If not, then thank you all very much. We'll let you go and we'll do our little board wrap up. Oh, we got one?
Go ahead, David.
I'm sorry to be the last one. Just again, I think what Chair Kelly said earlier in the meeting is what's the future of our forest look like for me in Lane County, having two sheriffs to respond to my role. People who don't have patrols after June would make our forests look like if we had a start date and a date that we all could agree on to start a plan, even if we had to adjust it. I think that would help us all in our predictability and stability going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you all. The wing of the airplane, yeah. Yeah, okay, so, this is our time for just, any thoughts from the day or suggestions or off our agenda, whatever they may be. Joe?
Okay. Yeah. I have one thing I just wanted to kind of go back on from yesterday, and it relates to the PFA. So if you remember yesterday, I talked about kind of the concern of funding of the PFA. And and Seth and Stacy came up and gave some public testimony on that kind of after we talked, so on and so forth. And that's pretty concerning, especially the S-Fish funding, like $2 million or something, two and a half, 2 million. And just in perspective, you know, the small forest landowners aren't required to do, you know, this stream as industry is, and we have to do it. But small forest landowners are depending on that funding to get this done, right? To get this done. And you're talking about, you know, culvert replacement, bridge replacement, all these things, extraordinarily expensive. $2 million does not go very far. Like you're talking a pittance of what need to be done. So, you know, I did circle back. I asked Derek, you know, to think about a budget note potentially. So make sure you understand that, Kate, that I asked Derek to do that. And I think he's looking into that, exploring that to maybe have the potential of maybe moving funding around if need be to more fulfill that. But I'm wondering as a board, do we want to think about reaching out to the governor's office? What do we want to do as a board, if anything, to try to talk about our concern related to that with the legislature? Is there any space here? I guess I'm just throwing that out because it just simply concerns me with the PFA. I guess I would just open that up. Maybe Jim, or is this?
I see a lot of heads shaking up and down, so certainly.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, and Sean and Stacy for highlighting those numbers this morning. That was very helpful. And I share your concern. I mean, this is a fraction of what we need. I guess for what to do about it, I'm planning to try to spend a little bit of time in the Capitol over the next week or two to talk to folks about that as in my own personal capacity. I don't know that we as a board we tried that earlier this year and it didn't go anywhere to, as a board, promote that. But I think we all should, in our own capacities, let our voices be heard. And if anybody's listening, this is really important.
I mean, I know that, I mean, my company is going to be very active in that. I mean, but and I appreciate the fact, you know, we tried this before and how effective that truly is, you know. I don't know. I guess I turn to Jim. That's worth.
Yeah, I'm hesitant to try to do anything together as a board. But so all I could do is just agree with what Ben is saying. I think it does matter when any of us go and testify and, you know, do what we have to do, which is say, hey, I'm a member of the Board of Forestry, not here representing the Board of Forestry, but I am, you know, very have a good bit of knowledge about this issue and the need. I think I don't know what else to suggest here.
Can I give some perspective? Sorry. So when we went and did our initial Ways and Means presentation, and then we had the public hearing afterwards, our expectation was there'd be a lot of testimony around wildfire funding and all those kind of pieces. I think it was almost 100% around PFA in testimony and the funding for that and the concern around that. So I think that the decision space is closing in 45 minutes. So, you know, so we're before the natural resource Ways and Means, and then we'll be going to the full Ways and Means with our budget. The PFA has been highlighted in a variety of ways, and I'll share too, is one of the pieces is the priority work, short term, right, is to continue to move towards our habitat conservation plan. And I think that that's been part of the conversations. But I also know that the Ways and Means Committee has heard very clearly from everybody. And I'll be honest, I think they've made as broad a decision as they can, because we have been requested several times of like, what's potential funding? What do you need? What does that look like? So I think that's where we are today. Buzzkill.
Liz.
different topic. Are you ready for that, Chair? Okay, so we had a little conversation yesterday about motions. And we had a really nice template that seemed to work for us that Eleni put together with staff, and I think everyone appreciated that. A question that we still had is, how do you make a timely motion without shutting off the conversation and not being maybe over concerned about strategery and whatever? So that's a past
Was you-
presidential term,
yeah.
strategery. So I was gonna suggest a way that OWEB does it, and just when we think we are ready for a motion and we think the conversation has lulled, just turn to the chair and say, Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion, and not say what it is, and then at least Jim can look around, take a breath, and then we can all decide, do we want to do it, and then move forward. So that's a mark on the wall, Heath.
How does OWEB handle it when two people are prepared to make a motion?
I
Never
don't
really
think
come
we've
up
had that.
in the timing like I did the other day. I mean, 90% of the time, it's the chair kind of trying to encourage somebody to make a motion, So that situation was an anomaly, I thought.
I don't actually think so. I mean, like I've watched this several times before. Cindy Deacon Williams used to be very skilled at getting a motion in early, and I just think it's worth a question. I think it's fine if we all say, "Hey, I'm prepared to make a motion," and Alexi says, "I am too." Then we're going to have some way to resolve that. Otherwise, it
No.
becomes the same race.
I think if, somebody says it and then somebody else says, I'm prepared to make a motion too, then it's whoever said it first.
And then we're back to the same place. It's who moves first.
But the first thing is, what would happen is everybody, looking around the room, I would be looking around the room, make sure that everybody was comfortable with the conversation being over. Yeah.
It puts, for me, Heath, it puts a little pause, take a breath, and just to everyone who wants to say something or doesn't want to say something, just finishes up. And because it is, I don't know whether I'm interrupting or what. So that it just helps me. And I don't make many motions, but yeah, it just helps.
Well, that's fine. And I honestly think we're just going to end up in the same kind of quandary we were before. But maybe my more important and pressing point was, once somebody does make a motion, it's important to me that we ask if there's any discussion before we move to voting. That is to say, the motion frames at that moment the conversation.
After you've received a second, right? So you have to
That's
receive a
correct.
second, and then.
Yes, correct.
And then you ask for discussion. Vote.
Okay.
So what I would just like maybe have Eleni just add that one little sentence as an option if it wants to be used.
Okay, that's helpful. I have two just up-to-date things. One, in case anybody didn't realize this, Brenda was not feeling well, so she had to take off. And the other one is that we got a text earlier that the governor's bill is going to have a hearing on the 11th, and they're not taking any testimony. And in quick conversation with Derek, there's some updates on the language that apparently OFIC, other groups are all okay with, and Derek's assumption is that will probably pass. So that's from Derek. So that doesn't mean it will, but as I said, well, Jesus, sounds like I might get my summer back. Not that I'm in favor of it, but just trying to keep you all up to date what we know about that. We shall see. Any other takeaways from today?
I have
What?
very full meeting, very
Both
packed. Yes.
days.
Yeah.
Things went overall remarkably well.
I get the sense that September is going to be action-packed.
I do too. We scheduled 3 days?
With that segue, I have a couple updates on, Eleni and I have been putting our heads together on our next meetings. So we're looking, so September, tour and meeting, and then we'll schedule a third day. Right now, we're actually thinking it'd probably be based out of Corvallis. And so still trying to look at the tethered logging topic that we missed in March. And so we've gotten some suggestions of some places there that maybe we can look at. And then also Brenda has made some suggestions on a couple topics out of the Philomath area. So we'll continue to work on that. Of course, State Forest will be back, and post harvest, this post-disturbance harvest will be back, and it'll be a fun time. I think the other piece there, just looking forward to October, which will be the board retreat. And we're looking at the Roseburg area, as I understand, and that'll be a 2-day meeting. And we're working on already whiteboarding what those agenda topics might start to look like for everybody, but we'll get input as well. So I just wanted to mention those out loud. Otherwise, it'll be a fast-paced summer, and we'll see you on the other end of it. No fires.
Okay. Well, without any other questions or comments, then I think we are adjourned. Thank you very much.